Miller, Mr. Miller, please call our next two speakers.
Our next two speakers are Jose Jaramillo and Tom Henning. Jose Jaramillo. I don't see him. I'll set his aside. Tom Henning.
Tom's not here.
Yeah, I saw him before the break. I don't see him now. Domenico Ivan Priano. I know he's here. I just spoke to him. You're next, sir. And he's been seated additional time from Joseph Alger. Joseph, are you here? Yes, to this gentleman. Yes, yes. Total of 6 minutes, sir.
There's Henning.
And there's Mr. Henning. So Mr. Henning will be after this gentleman. Domenico?
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Board of Commissioners, thank you so much for the chance to get my voice heard. My name is Lance Corporal Domenico Ivan Priano Coachella, disabled Marine Corps veteran. My voice is the same voice that's speaking for those, both civilian and military alike, who are no longer with us on this earth. This injection, this poison, was one to never be trusted in the first place. Thousands, if not millions, of American citizens lost their jobs and their financial stability. My heart goes out to the thousands of doctors, pilots, law enforcement officers, and all their families and loved ones whose lives have been crippled by this vaccine. I am one of thousands of military service members who was diagnosed with pericarditis only after just a mere 3 months of receiving the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine. I am only 21 years of age. I will probably not get to live through my 40s, my 50s, my 60s, and so forth. Of my graduating class from the military police officer course in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, more than half of my Marines have been hospitalized for heart-related issues and pains. One thing to point out is that the oldest of my Marines who graduated my class was 28 years old, and the youngest just being 18 years old. I am living proof that the vaccine is killing Americans. The American people have suffered far too long. The Health Freedom Bill of Rights and resolution is only the beginning of the end of the massacre of innocent men, women, and children, for they will be allowed the freedom of choice and not to abolish vaccination. Not to abolish vaccinations. For any of those opposed, I have and will continue to pray for the day that you all open your eyes. This is kind of an add-on that I was recently told. This is going off of what I had planned to speak about. But I have a female Marine who's stationed over in Camp Pendleton. Just like myself, she is a 5811 military police officer. She has not had not just one, not two, but 3 strokes. A mere 3 months after receiving the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, the same day that I received the same vaccine. It's hard to explain how much frustration and how heartbreaking it is to live in a world where the very same government that I signed to serve and protect is the same one that's killing millions, if not thousands, of American citizens. Ones wearing the service uniforms overseas, the ones wearing the uniforms in California, the ones in North Carolina, South Carolina. This Freedom of Health Bill of Rights and ordinance allows people to choose what goes in and what does not go into their bodies. All I ask of you, commissioners, is to please consider to pass this pass this Bill of Rights. People need the choice. Too many people have died because of this vaccine. To create a vaccine in under a year, unfathomable, impossible. To be 100% certain that this vaccine would not have killed people in the first place, there's no way it wouldn't have, there's no way, there's just no way. Once again, commissioners, please consider this Bill of Rights. Please consider this ordinance for the sake of the people, for the sake of the people of Collier County, for those who are not even on this earth with us anymore. Please consider the Bill of Rights and the ordinance that we're trying to pass. Thank you so much.
Your next speaker is Tom Henning. He will be followed on Zoom by Bill Feldman.
Mr. Chairman, board members, well, to be perfectly honest with you, and in my humble opinion, and of course without offending anybody who thinks differently than my point of view, but also looking at this matter at a different perspective, and without condemning the viewpoints of many others that may try to object and consider each one of the valid opinions, I honestly believe that I forgot what I was going to say. Terry? Oh, yeah. As a has-been and a 50-year resident, I want to welcome everybody to the Board of Commissioners. Let's keep it simple, put the KISS treatment on it. All this is a affirmation or a statement by the leaders of our great community of citizens' rights. That's all it is. So I was watching this, and Mr. McDaniel, you look really good today.
I got my pretty tie on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. The rest of your speakers are on Zoom. Your next speaker is Bill Feldman. He'll be followed by Brown Collins. Mr. Feldman, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. Mr. Feldman, I see you're unmuted.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am speaking in opposition to the resolution and related ordinance. Let me be clear that I believe the ordinance serves to prejudge what actions you, the commissioners, take in the event of another pandemic. Let me be further clear that diseases do not care about individual freedoms and bodily sovereignty. The Board of County Commissioners serves as the governing body of the county and has the responsibility of setting policies that protect the health, safety, welfare, and quality of life of our residents and visitors. In my view, you should make policy based on the best available information related to the topic you are considering. To disqualify experts and institutions and offer very little in terms of credible alternatives is a disservice to this body and to our community. It is not tyranny to keep an open mind and consider all reasonable sources and options. I listened to the discussions of the commissioners during the pandemic. While I do not agree with all of their decisions, I believe overall they listened and made judgments based on the best available information. This resolution seeks to limit the options available to this commission based on the conclusions that some errors were made. It is fine to learn from mistakes. It is not fine to legislate away options the next time a healthcare crisis happens. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Brown Collins. He will be followed by Kim Feiner. Mr. Collins, Brown Collins, you are being, I think that's a Mr.
It is.
All right, well, I'm sorry, there's been a mix-up on the Zoom end. We're going to go with Kim Feiner because she's unmuted. Ms. Feiner, you have 10 minutes, and you will be followed by Brown Collins. Ms.
10 or 3? 3. 3 minutes.
3 minutes, excuse me.
Shoot, I wanted those 10. Good
No.
afternoon. My name is Kim Feiner, and I reside in Collier County District 2. I retired as professor of biological sciences at an R1 university after spending 30 years teaching microbiology, virology, immunology, and infectious disease courses to over 3,000 nursing, pre-medical, medical, and PharmD students. I have authored numerous textbooks on infectious disease, none of which have been banned. Given my training and expertise, I was and am appalled to hear speakers at the current and previous meeting repeating COVID conspiracy theories and disinformation. The most offensive statements push parallels between public health approaches and Nazi atrocities. This is unacceptable. It was also disturbing to hear speakers parroting anti-vax propaganda espoused by the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons, a small fringe group whose members think that COVID vaccines magnetize your body and contain microchips. This group should not be confused with the American Medical Association. Not once have I heard any pro-ordinance speaker provide legitimate data, that's not anecdotes, that's not opinions, stories, or urban myths, from vetted research studies written by virologists, vaccinologists, or immunologists. I could refute every false talking point with scientific evidence generated by well-designed, controlled, unbiased academic research, but I only have 3 minutes. In my opinion, the citizen group pushing these documents invalidates their premise by supporting it with pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, and disproved hypotheses concerning ineffective clinical treatments. Mandates and other efforts to control infectious disease are nothing new in the United States. We heard about George Washington, Ben Franklin, typhoid Mary. We've been putting these controls in place for well over 200 years. In a civilized society, an effective community response to health emergencies requires temporary rules and regulations to limit disease and death. There will be other pandemics. Therefore, it is imperative that Collier County remain flexible to address a future outbreak in a timely fashion. We cannot do that if we have an obstacle in place like this redundant ordinance. I'll close by saying that I'm speaking remotely because I spent Easter with my 91-year-old mother, who is healthy and alive today, thanks to vaccine and mask mandates for her, as well as the workers in her assisted living facility. In conclusion, this proposed ordinance, as well as the resolution, makes a mockery of legitimate science and evidence-based medicine. There are many pressing issues in Collier County that deserve the commissioner's time and attention. This resolution and the ordinance do not solve any problems currently facing the county. Both should be rejected so that we can move on to more important matters. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Brown Collins. He will be followed by Michelle Kingsbury. Mr. Collins, you're being prompted to unmute your microphone if you'll do that at this time. There you go, Mr. Collins. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. It's merciful that I'm not on camera. It's better for everybody. I know two of the commissioners personally for some time and suspect all are sitting there are people of goodwill and intent. I got 3 things I'd like to speak about in my 3 minutes. God, country, and individual. I taught my children that in the beginning, man created God. So it is a different perspective than many we've heard today, and I respect those with different opinions. From a country standpoint, I heard much of the first person singular, I, me, rights. It's interesting because I'm a generation that grew up as a baby boomer in the post-World War II period and heard stories and still have things like rationing stamps for sugar, meat, rubber, gas that were issued during World War II. And none of my ancestors or the folks I knew of that generation ever complained about how that trampled on their individual rights for the collective good. And much of what I hear today and for the last few years from my seat looks like whining, entitled whining. Country, I would suggest as you process the information you've been given over time and here today, looking at it as a skirmish in a new global conflict. By the time, I believe, the planes and tanks and that sort of thing engage in the next world war, it will be over. It is a cyber war that's been going on for a long time, where adversaries like the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians try to amplify and monetize our natural internal disagreements. And in my opinion, much of what we're hearing now is that. I appreciate your time, your goodwill, and your effort. Thank you for the time.
Your next speaker is Michelle Kingsbury. She will be followed by the Reverend Dr. Sharon Harris Ewing. Michelle, you're being prompted to unmute your mic. I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to say I fully endorse Kim Finer's points. I agree with her wholeheartedly. And I just want to say that I've had a house here for 25 years. I've also had 5 shots and have not ever had COVID, and I'm very thankful for that. I believe in science and in vaccines, and they've kept us safe. My husband is immune compromised. Masks and vaccines have kept us safe. When do we stop believing in science? No one has the right to spread their germs that would endanger the entire population. It's never been done before in history, and it should not be allowed to happen here, all in the name of freedom. If this crazy law is enacted, I'm sure that we as others will rethink our investment in Collier County. Not a threat, just reality. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Reverend Dr. Sharon Harris Ewing, and she will be followed by Tony Fisher. Dr. Ewing, you've unmuted your microphone. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is, as you know, Sharon Harris Ewing. I'm a resident of Naples. In order to preserve my freedom and my health, the purported goal of agenda items 9 and 10A, I strongly encourage you to vote no. It's impossible to list all that is wrong with both the long list of justification for these items and the proposed solutions in 3 minutes. So here are just a few highlights. 1, the justifications are replete with assertions of fact with absolutely no evidence. 2, they include mistakes of fact. For example, it is true that getting vaccinated gave people protection against infection and transmission. Not 100%, but significantly enough to seriously reduce severe illness and hospitalization. If HCQ and IBM were denied to doctors, it was because research showed they did not prevent COVID infection, but they did risk causing harm. Research and accumulated scientific knowledge from before COVID until now have been ignored or twisted beyond recognition. These proposals reject scientific evidence. 3, the very nature of these proposals is problematic, even embarrassing. Real laws that criminalize certain conduct are determined by the legislature, the governor, and the courts, not by the county, and include specific information about penalties incurred if broken. No information is provided here about enforcement, penalties, or the cost to taxpayers if these purported solutions were enacted into law. To the extent that they mirror state statutes, they are unnecessary and a waste of time and resources. 4th, and most important, the proposals before you are based upon values that may be held by some commissioners and some citizens, but they run counter to my values and the values of many others, values I believe are fundamental to our democracy. Instead of worshiping individuals' rights to do whatever they want, regardless of their impact on others, I believe in the public good, in government decision-making that protects all of us. Many of the decisions made by these proposals, or the suggestions made, many of the decisions made that these proposals find so objectionable were decisions made to protect public health. I want decisions to be made based on science and made to protect our public health. Please vote no.
Mr. Chairman, your final speaker for this item is Reverend Tony Fisher. Reverend Fisher, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you will do that at this time, if you'll try again, sir. There you go. You're unmuted. You have 3 minutes, Reverend Fisher.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is the Reverend Tony Fisher. I serve the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Greater Naples. I seriously question the motivation and need for this resolution and its ordinance. While I understand that the beliefs of those who have spoken on behalf of the resolution are strongly held, I believe fervently that they represent a very particular point of view and are not held by the general public. My faith tradition teaches us that the truth comes to us from many sources. We believe in justice, equity, and compassion in our relations with one another. And one thing I haven't heard until very recently is that we act for each other, for the common good, especially in times of crisis. What I've heard from folks who want to uphold their own private wants and needs in the name of freedom are not speaking for the common good. And again, my faith tradition also teaches us that truth comes to us from many sources, including the teaching of science and the use of reason. This resolution assumes that good and qualified people on the state and federal levels are not looking back themselves and assessing what happened during the pandemic so that they can learn from their experience and that they can adjust their responses to what was an unprecedented, deadly pandemic that hit quickly and spread rapidly. No one promised perfection. Again, in times of crisis, we act in the best way we can for the common good. This resolution also sets up the Collier County Commissioners as experts in areas of mental complexity, and it would allow for one commissioner, one only, who does not go along with the majority to potentially have a significant negative impact on the health of the citizens of Collier County. Please listen to our local medical organizations who spoke out against this resolution. I haven't heard anything today that would lead me to believe that this resolution would provide any kind of protection for my health and well-being or for the members of my congregation. Science is a process, a method of discovering the truth by people who spend a lot of time learning in their own areas of expertise and understanding the process. We need to listen to their acquired wisdom, respond with reason, and not set up the Collier County Commissioners, as wise as they may be, as arbiters of our healthcare choices in times of a national crisis. I would argue for the use of reason and strongly against the adoption of this resolution and ordinance. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, that was our final speaker on this item.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Miller. Okay, I guess we'll open it up for some discussion here. Commissioner Hall.
So thanks for everybody who spoke. We listened to every one of you, 53 of you. And some of the comments, I want to address them. We've heard a lot about facts. We've heard a lot about science. We've heard a lot about data. We've heard a lot about research. And this ordinance and this resolution doesn't have anything to do with that. It doesn't have to do with we believe that or we don't believe that. It has to do with individuals having the right to choose whether they do or whether they don't, and not having anything shoved down their throat. We've heard about a small fringe group or a radical few or special interest or people that don't live here. You know, it has this ordinance and this resolution doesn't have anything to do with that. When I ran for this job, I ran with this as my number one priority. No mandates, smaller government, less government control. Call it partisan, call it whatever you want. That's why I ran. I was elected by 70.1% of the people in District 2. That's 27,501 votes. I'd never done anything like this before, but they believed in the message that I wanted to bring forth. So that's not a trivial few people. That's not a small fringe. I am representing the people of my district. So I wanted to say that and make that public record. I'm not listening to just a small fringe or a radical group. It has nothing to do with what we believe, what we don't believe. We want the choice. And here's what I really think, and here's what, as I'm listening, here's what I'm thinking. It doesn't limit anyone's ability for the health care of their choice, period. It does limit other people's control over other people who don't want to make the same choice they do. And I understand losing that control can be uncomfortable, but that's what it is losing control. It's not losing any freedom. Nothing is being taken away from anybody. It's only being added to those who didn't get to it. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to pass this ordinance.
Commissioner McDaniel, we're going to still have some discussion before we vote.
This is about freedom. This is about control. I'm reading this ordinance. Section 5 has, and I'm looking at you, Commissioner Hall, and I'm looking at the rest of my colleagues. It puts restrictions on business owners. If you're a Collier County business, you can't require certain aspects to have someone prove whether or not they can or cannot come into your business. And I have concerns about that. And for those of you who were here and have been watching, I've stayed right in the middle. I've advocated for that personal choice. Never once voted for a mandate, or never once voted for a government restriction. It wasn't put upon us by the federal or by the state. Reading Section 5 of the actual ordinance, Section 5A does that. Section 5B says that Collier County will not do that with regard to COVID-19. Section 6A and B both put restrictions on employers of businesses. And we have a duty to protect the private business operators within our community. And I feel we need to make some adjustments to those sections so that a private business owner has that right to make a determination as to whether or not that private business owner wants to allow me into their facility. Then that puts the responsibility of choice on me as to whether or not, if Commissioner LaCastro owns a business and he says I have to have a vaccine passport in order to enter into his business, that's his choice. Then it becomes my choice as to whether or not I want to get vaccinated and have that passport, and whether or not I want to continue to patronize his business. That's my choice. But by putting restrictions on business owners, we're imposing government will on a private business. Further down in section 7, 8, 9, the requisite of a unanimous vote for a mandate takes away, I think it takes away the right of a board by majority vote. I would request that we give consideration to moving that to a supermajority vote. Simply because, there again, I was on the not happy side of the mandates that got put in back in 2021, something like that, because of a majority vote of this board to enact the mask mandate. I think a supermajority vote provides for sufficient protection, but doesn't allow for one person to be picking and choosing whether or not a particular directive or mandate should go forward. And then, are we voting on the ordinance first or the resolution when we talk about them both?
Well, I mean, we're going to take them collectively, but we're going to vote separately, right?
Okay, well, my comment on the resolution is number 7 of the resolution, and I actually had this in my notes from when I read the resolution over the weekend, and it has to do with the mental health care aspect, 72 hours of...
Had that removed.
It was removed. We should have been removed.
Okay, well, there again, these things are happening on the fly. I get to read what's put in front of me, so if that was taken out, then I there again, the resolution is actually, so it did get removed?
It did not get removed. It can be, though.
It should be. It didn't mean, we didn't intend it to be on there.
Number 7, it says a right to mental health review.
It's not on my copy, and I just printed this off this morning.
Okay, so if it's removed off of that, then, you know, I can live with the rest of the things that are in the resolution. But I do have concerns with regard to the unanimous vote of this board and on any mandates and also the restrictions on employers.
I could concur with unanimous vote, or not unanimous, but super vote.
Supermajority vote. That's my comment.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pardon me. And I apologize in advance if I start to cough a little bit. I've gotten over a little bit of a cold, so every now and then I remember saying this back when Bill McDaniel and I got elected back in 2016. Thank you. I had indicated that I think part of my job is to help my colleagues be successful in their efforts, the things that they want to accomplish in their district. And I still believe that to be the case, even though there may be some disagreement on this particular, these two particular items. And I want to also say I greatly respect Commissioner Hall and his enthusiasm for this, because I know this is coming from his heart, and I know that this is something that he truly feels is necessary.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'm going to be able to agree with either of these. And I hope Commissioner Hall understands that we do have differences of opinion, and it's certainly never anything personal. We have a motion on the floor to deal with the ordinance. And so I want to deal with that. I agree with Commissioner McDaniel that the unanimous vote needs to be changed. I believe Commissioner Hall has indicated that there's no objection to making that change. Did I understand that?
Super majority.
Super majority vote, which I think does improve things, but there are some other parts of this that I have concern about, and it goes into the resolution as well. So I'm just going to kind of focus on the ordinance for a minute, and then, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if it'd be appropriate to talk about the resolution. We have a criminal statute, a bill, or ordinance, that I don't think is particularly clear as to what is legal and what is not legal, what the penalties are. And I think that creates a problem for any kind of an ordinance that has criminal penalties. Someone has to be very clear about whether or not they violated an ordinance for it to be enforceable. And I don't think that that's clear in here. Section 10, we don't recognize the authority of the World Health Organization. Well, the World Health Organization has no authority in Collier County, in Florida, or in the country. And so I don't know that is a meaningful provision. I don't know what it means. I don't know what the impact of it is. There's I think, a belief that all this does is incorporate state law into an ordinance. Well, state law is already part of our ordinances. And I know some individuals want to use this ordinance as a teaching tool. I think there was one statement from from Scott Collier, I believe, about using this and being able to educate the public on the details of what really is embodied in state law. Well, you don't need an ordinance of Collier County adopting state law to be able to educate people on what the state law says. And so I don't really know what this ordinance accomplishes. And I agree with Commissioner LoCastro that when we do adopt ordinances, we need to know what the impact of those are and what they really mean. I'm not so sure that this does that. So there are going to be some changes, and I'll consider that as we get the vote on the ordinance. On the resolution, I don't think there's any way I can get to a point of supporting the resolution. And part of the reason of that is, again, I don't know what the impact of this is. I don't know what the impact on county government will be. I don't want to be provocative here, but there were statements that our job is to protect our citizens' constitutional rights. Now, I agree that our job is to make sure we don't violate our citizens' constitutional rights. But if a citizen is out there and some state agency, some federal agency, or some individuals are violating their constitutional rights, we don't have the mechanism to protect those citizens from a violation of their general constitutional rights. If you look at the Constitution, there are a lot of constitutional rights out there that I don't think we can get involved in. I'll give you just a couple silly examples, but the right to due process. If someone is denied due process by a state agency or by the sheriff's department, we're not the body that can protect those constitutional rights. We have no authority to do that. We have no resources to do that. And so this resolution, I think, creates expectations that are just not accurate. And so there are a lot of other little pieces of this that I just find that I can't get my arms around. What are the unintended consequences of this resolution? I really don't understand. And so I'm compelled not to vote in favor of an ordinance or a resolution if I don't really fully understand what it does. And I don't fully understand what these items do.
Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. I kind of agree with Commissioner McDaniel in Section 5 and Section 6. I think when we start talking about freedom and freedom of choice, we have to watch we don't cross over a fine line of violating people that, you know, put their hard work and their life's money on the line to have a business, and if they feel that that's their right to have certain provisions or certain things to operate that business, that doesn't mean you have to go to that business or service that business or use that business, because that's your choice. That's your right. And if people that do choose to go there have the free will to go there and accept whatever provisions they want to impose to use their product or use their business, they have that right. But the market will determine if they're right or wrong with their own decisions, because that depends on what you do and your choice. If you either frequent there or you don't, that's your choice. But I don't think us as a governing body have that right to tell any private business to what they can't do with their business. That's not our job. Other than that, I also agree with the supermajority on those other three sections, and that being the ordinance. I'm all right with the rest of it because I think it does just mirror the state law, and by that, we're just guaranteeing that we stand with our counterparts in Tallahassee who passed these laws, and we believe in what they believe in, and we don't have a problem with mirroring that same laws. And on the grounds of the resolution, I've been struggling with this resolution because I feel that, like, as a governing body, our job is to protect the rights of the people that we affect with our judgment and our rules. And like Commissioner Saunders said, if another body or government body violates those rights, your beef is with them and not with us. And I don't know how we can keep another governing body from violating your rights. Even with the resolution. And I think the resolution is more something just saying that we're committed to preserving your rights and your choice. We heard a lot of people on both sides talk, you know, science. Either you believe the science, you don't believe the science. Some people have good points on both sides. But this is not about science. This all comes down about you and choice. That's what it all comes down to. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong in the science. It comes down to your choice. And I think in a resolution, I just want to make sure that you, as citizens of Collier County, that I, myself, respect those rights and that choice. And I always make a decision with my authority when it comes down to anything that may affect your right or your choice. I would hope I make the right constitutional decision on behalf of your choice and your rights. So that's all I got to say.
Commissioner Hall.
I withdraw the motion and make a new motion to pass the ordinance with the exception of section 5.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, well, section 5A is the main one that I have an issue with, and then section 6A and B are specific with regard to impositions on private employers, business owners, and then whether or not and then penalties for the same. So those were the 3 primary paragraphs that I had. Again, it's a simple little no shoes, no shirt, no service. And if I don't want to wear a shirt and can't come into Commissioner LaCastro's business and he requires it, then I don't go into his business.
It's a little different, though, putting a shirt on or wearing shoes than having to have something in your body that you vehemently object to.
I don't disagree, but and again, this is just you and I talking in front of a whole bunch of people and a TV and such. But if an employer chooses to, because there is a large portion of the population that think the vaccine's all that in a bowl of cherries. And if it's that employer's, I feel it's that employer has as much of a right to that opinion as someone who doesn't. And so the imposition of not allowing an employer to mandate a vaccination and or stipulating penalties if they do is an imposition on the private sector coming from this government.
I just disagree that an employer has the right to tell somebody that they have to do something, or they lose their job, they lose their tenure, they lose all of the benefits that they've gained for it. They lose all of that based on one man, the boss, his opinion. And I just want to protect every employer in Collier County from that ever happening again. I can agree and I can concede to a business having the right to allow you to come in or not, but to fire an employee or mandate an employee, I take issue with that strongly.
I understand. My counter to that is that's government imposition on an employer who has that right to make that choice.
We're going to chime in, Commissioner Saunders. I was going to let you go.
Go ahead.
Okay. Maybe what I'm going to say is going to just have us take a little bit of a pause. One of the questions that several people asked up here is, why are we so stupid that we're hearing this? Why did we even let it come to this panel? So let me just give you a little bit of background. As elected officials, we don't have the authority to censor or silence citizens. Yes, if one citizen brings us something that's, outrageous, we don't just throw it on the agenda because one person said it. But as Commissioner Hall said, it's more than one person. Every single person in here that's either for or against this isn't in this room right now. Every person that's for or against this didn't send us an email, but it's a significant group for and against. I'll also remind everybody when one commissioner champions or supports or sponsors something on the agenda, we respectfully request, we respect that, whether we agree with it or not. So some people that are sitting here saying, why aren't you talking for 5 hours about affordable housing? Well, trust me, when we all vote on this, if we do now, and 99% of you exit, we're going to be in here till it gets dark because we're going to be talking about the fire department. We're going to be talking about beach restoration. And so we have the ability to walk and chew gum at the same time. We didn't throw this on top of the list because 3 people banged a big drum. I know we heard a lot, 53 speakers, right? Is that what I counted to? We're not here to debate the vaccine, okay? We're not here to determine good versus evil. We're not here to debate Dr. Fauci's resume, okay? We're not here to talk about if the last presidential election, you agreed with it or not. Has nothing to do with this. We're not here to dispute the effects or the effectiveness of the vaccine. Not at all. Doesn't matter if you live here or not. Got a bunch of emails from some people that said every single person that comes to the podium, if you sponsor something as a commissioner or you bring something as a citizen and you want to bring in subject matter experts who you feel are subject, you have that right. We don't check your ID at the door. You can have people that can come here and speak on things. Our sheriff can bring the sheriff of Lee County here to talk about what the sheriff is doing in Lee County. So, those of our citizens that sent us notes saying, we were mistaken doing that and we're stupid to be hearing this. I just wanted to sort of correct the record. I'm for choice, okay? I believe in science. I believe in doctors. I believe in nurses. I was the COO of Physicians Regional Medical Center, and I spent a lot of time in the ICU with the CEO of NCH walking around seeing people that were suffering from the effects of COVID. That's not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about what's in the resolution, what's in the ordinance, and the rights that it protects to give somebody choice. I want to make sure we don't have a rush to judgment on anything we ever vote on in here. But I also don't want to kick the can for 6 months, like at times has done in local and state and national government when, can't make a decision, so no decision's made. I mean, put on my old military hat, you either lead, follow, or get out of the way. What I would just remind this group here is we can do several things right now. Number one, we can vote on the ordinance separately and the resolution separately, as is. On the fly, we could make some changes, putting in supermajority vote, crossing out number 5, adding number 5B, crossing out 4A, or the sponsor of this ordinance and resolution, which is Commissioner Hall, which is his right. He has already pulled his motion because he at least started to make some edits, which is his right, and we all respect that. But if you feel that you're hearing some things here, this is a decision you have to make as the sponsor of this. If you're hearing things much like the last time we were here, I will say in closing, and then and I'll say some things later, but I wanted to just set the table. There have been some major changes to the ordinance and the resolution that made me feel much better about it. But one of the other things that, I'll just say this in conclusion, that was said to me a few days back, hey, when we met with you, Commissioner, you seemed like, you were all for it, and then we hear new things in here. Okay, but that's what happens in this room. So we formulate a bit of a background, opinion, and questions. But when I hear from my colleagues, we got a commissioner here that spent, 85 years in Tallahassee? Yeah, he looks good for his age. But the discussion here, and especially there, makes all the difference in the world. So never think because you sent us an email or you talked to us for 5 minutes in our office. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is, like I said, the final case. And there's valuable things being talked about here. So I don't think I have to, certainly don't have to remind my colleague, Commissioner Hall, who's already spoken so eloquently, that you've got several options, or we do as well. We can make motions. But I just wanted to clarify why we're talking about this today and all the reasons we are. And although a lot of people spoke very passionately and eloquent at the podium, a lot of what was said there really had less to do about the resolution and the ordinance and more to do with sort of background and everything, and that's fine. That's what citizen comment is all about. But in the end, we're going to vote on a resolution and an ordinance that has very specific guidance. And it's not about Dr. Fauci's resume or good versus evil or debating if the vaccine works or not. It's really about choice and about giving more choice. And to Commissioner McDaniel's point about businesses, possibly limiting some choices that if you really read it, do we really want to do that? I think definitely what you said and echoed by Commissioner Colwell as well has significant merit because I feel strongly, the way you do in that case. So I'll go to Commissioner Chris Hall and then Commissioner McDaniel, you're on deck, sir.
Dr. Yakos, did you want to mention something about being mandated?
So just a quick point. My memory, and I'm a resident of Collier County, a proud one, in fact. And previously I was a resident of New York City. I was in the thick of it. And all of my friends in the restaurant business who had businesses, they never once made their decision about whether to serve somebody, whether they were vaccinated or not. It was mandated by the state. And I want it to be clear that you have an opportunity where you leave that choice with that business owner. Because once a state mandates things, that business owner does not have the gumption, the fortitude to fight state government unless Collier County is backing them. And I think you should consider that. Thank you.
Commissioner go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
So just to reiterate the motion, I want to make the motion to pass the ordinance with the changing the unanimous language to supermajority, and then doing away with number 5.
I don't know who feels like they want to speak first. I got Commissioner McDaniel and Commissioner Saunders lit up. Commissioner McDaniel, you want to?
Well, and here again, I'm repeating what I already said. This is about choice, and as Commissioner LaCastro, as Commissioner Saunders says, whenever he's leaning in to agree with me, I'm concerned about agreeing with Commissioner LaCastro. But the government imposition of choice on a business owner to mandate anything that goes on with their business is government overreach, in my opinion. There are people in this room who believe that that vaccine can walk right out across the retention pond. I don't, personally, but I also defend the person's choice who does. I feel it necessary that I do defend that choice. Agree with it or don't agree with it, but 6A and B put impositions on a portion of our private sector that I don't feel is the government's right to impose at all.
Okay, I understand.
Commissioner Saunders.
Just wanted to ask, make one question for Commissioner Hall and then one question for the county attorney. The last whereas, and there's been a lot of talk.
Which, are you on the ordinance or
on the ordinance? I'm sorry, on the ordinance. On the last whereas, there's been a lot of discussion about what we're really doing is just adopting state law. And there's a phrase in here that gives me a little bit of concern. It says, the board wishes to address the concerns of Collier County residents and adopt the foregoing state statutes into local law as well as expand upon them. I'm not sure what that expansion would be. I would ask the county attorney, with the changes that Commissioner Hall has made in terms of eliminating paragraph 5, I believe, or I'm sorry, section 4. Nope, I'm sorry, section 5. And changing to a supermajority vote. Is there anything in this ordinance that is inconsistent or not already part of state law?
No.
Is number 5 still state law?
Yes.
Vote. Number 5, I think your motion excludes.
Now, I'm going to change my motion now to include section 5 if it's already state law. So my motion will be to pass the ordinance with changing the unanimous board decisions to supermajority.
And in keeping section 5.
And keeping section 5, it's already state law.
Now, I don't know what this would do. It says a business entity within Collier County is defined as in section 768.38. Mr. Klatzkow, what's included in 768.38?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. What paragraph are you on?
Section 5.
Section 5 and Florida statute section 768.38.
That's simply the business entity definition.
All right. Can we had a letter from the Medical Society. They wanted to include some language. It says, additionally, please review and consider the exemptions for healthcare providers listed in Florida statutes, statute 381.00316, as this ordinance is intended to mirror state law. So I hate to put you on the spot again, but what does that section provide? And
Commissioner, I can cut and paste all sorts of state laws into this, I mean, but it's not going to change anything. The
well,
the sections that I did put in here, I thought was the sections Commissioner Hall and I spoke about, what was important to Commissioner Hall.
Well, I'm just suggesting that there are two changes that the Medical Society had recommended. One was the unanimous vote, and the other is the inclusion of the exemptions for healthcare providers in section 381.00316.
I could put that in, sir, if that's the will of the board.
That would be up to Commissioner Hall. Just
It's already in there, isn't it? In the second to last whereas?
second to last word is.
Isn't that section 381026? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, 381.00316.
The reason I did not put that in there is it goes on for many, many, many pages. That particular section, the Florida.
Just incorporated by reference.
Yes, we can do that if you'd like.
That would be a question from Commissioner Hall as to whether.
It's state law. I'm fine with sticking it in there as reference for the exemption.
One of the things I wanted to just add as the chair for clarity, we're going to, we're going back and forth talking about the ordinance and the resolution. Let me just offer that we stick to the resolution right now, since we're kind of like taking a deep dive into it. And
You mean the ordinance?
I'm sorry, the ordinance, yeah. Because we're starting to sort of, pick it apart a bit and ask questions and whatnot. So let's table the resolution so we can concisely talk about this. So what I'm hearing you say, Commissioner Saunders, based on also Mr. Klatskow, is the second to last, whereas where it talks about section 381.026. As you said, Mr. Klatskow, you don't have to cut and paste the whole thing, but you can put in parentheses or something, reference, and then, put that.
I'll add
nomenclature.
I'll add an additional section which simply incorporates by reference.
Okay. I mean, so what I've heard so far is, and I'm not saying we're marching towards any particular vote possibly yet, or maybe we are on the on the ordinance, but changing the unanimous vote to supermajority, so that would change in 3 places. Section 5 was in, it was out, it was in, it was out, so now it's in, correct?
Yes.
Because the county attorney is saying it's already part of state law.
I would note, though, Section 11 does incorporate the Florida Patients' Bill of Rights.
I'm sorry, sir?
Section 11 does incorporate the Florida Patients' Bill of Rights.
I think he wanted the reference to the exemptions that the Medical Society
Right.
wanted. And that's that's 381, something. Commissioner Saunders knows the number.
Yeah, it's
It's the same section.
Yeah, it's 381.00316. I don't know exactly
00316.
what that provides, other than exemptions for different healthcare providers. So,
So you want the exemptions, the state exemptions, to be incorporated?
yeah, I think you could simply indicate that the provisions of Florida statute section 381.00316 are hereby incorporated by reference.
Okay, sir.
And as amended from time to time.
And that's what our Collier County Medical Society, that was their point at the podium, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
0036.
So I need to amend the motion to include that?
Yes.
Okay, so I make the motion to pass the ordinance with the super vote language and incorporating the reference to, I think it's 381.00316 or 386.
It's 381.00316.
.00316.
And, another question for the county attorney, just for clarification. On the penalty section, all we can do is, it's a misdemeanor, 6 months, I think.
We can't do anything more than the state already does. But to the extent you enforce this by code enforcement, and I don't know how you do that, by the way, it would be the same as any other code enforcement. If you're going to take something like this to the code enforcement board, they would have the full ability under the Florida statutes for code enforcement penalties.
So someone reading this will know what is legal and what is not legal. And so that penalty.
Commissioner, that language is in the majority of our ordinances. Because the fact of the matter is they change that provision every now and then, so it's always good.
I mean, really, that section 12 is just a restating of Florida law. It says, to the extent not inconsistent with Florida law, violations of this ordinance shall be punishable as provided by law for the violation of county ordinances. I mean, so it's just, right? I mean, there's nothing, it's not adding or subtracting anything. It's just sort of summarizing what already exists. I mean, I felt the same way on the World Health Organization. I agree with what folks are saying. We don't necessarily take direction from WHO, and but what's in here is indicative of Section 12, which it's sort of just a summary. To me, it doesn't take away or add anything. It just reconfirms, I guess, to me, unless somebody feels it's too strong or too weak. But I'm not looking to pick apart every single word in here, but we did bring that Section 10 up, and that section didn't bother me because it just seemed like it was summarizing what's already fact. So while you're all poring over this, just to summarize, the second to the last whereas, we've talked about adding more reference in there from the Florida statute, taking out 3 unanimous votes and putting in a supermajority vote, leaving in Section 5. And did I miss anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I had raised a question about the last whereas, the phrase that incorporates state law, and then it says as well as expand upon them.
Correct. Right.
I thought that would be more clear if that phrase was taken out, because we're not expanding upon state law.
So end it with the word just local law, period.
Right. That's what I would recommend. I don't know if that is acceptable to Commissioner
I
Hall.
can concur, yeah. I'm looking for a second and a vote.
Well, I'll second your motion with those changes, and I appreciate your willingness to make some changes.
Sure.
I may not be able to get to where you need to be on the resolution, but I can stick with you on the ordinance.
That's fine.
I'm going to support it as well. Like I say, I'm going to just re-echo so that, and I'm sure we'll all be misquoted after this meeting, as we often are. I'm not here to debate the vaccine. Not here to determine good or evil. Not here to give a report card on our past president or current president. I'm not here to hire Dr. Fauci to be my personal physician. I believe in science. I believe in the nurses who felt they were doing the right thing when they were following whatever medical hospital guidance they got. And I support and respect those who walked away and struggled with some decisions. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't feel like we're having a rush to judgment, and I feel like it's every citizen's right to come into these chambers and present something to us that they think, and that is supported and sponsored by a commissioner for us to hear, whether there's people on all sides of the aisle. And so I think when it comes to this ordinance, I like the changes that have been made. I think a lot of it is more of just a summary, and I've said before, you know, I'm not a huge fan of just passing things that are more celebratory or just feel-good kind of things. I don't believe that that's the case here. I think people on both sides made good arguments, and I think this ordinance does reconfirm, it stresses, and I've used this in private meetings, it's a preventative. It puts some things on here that should something come down from up above. We have some verbiage in place that we feel is appropriate that gives us some latitude to make some considerations or not, and I don't think that's a bad thing. So I'm of the mind of Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Saunders with the major changes we've made. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate that sections 5 and 6 are already a part of the Florida statutes, and the governor signed the legislation back in 21 prohibiting employers from mandating vaccines. So I'll support the ordinance with the supermajority change.
As amended.
Okay, so as amended, we have a motion We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ordinance passes unanimously with the changes as directed. Let's get to the resolution. I'm going to have you open it again, Commissioner Hall, if you would, sir, with your thoughts.
Sure. There again, the resolution, based on our experience and based on what happened, we don't want these things, we just want to, I want to be resolved that in case we're ever faced with this again, we're going to protect and secure individual liberty. There again, it's the same argument. We're not debating facts. We're not debating science. I believe in science, but I want to pick and choose the science that has been proven to me to be effective. I'm just not going to take it, and I want to give every person the right not to just take anything from CNN or Fox News as fact. You know, the polio vaccine, the smallpox vaccine, those were proven, those were vaccines. This was called a vaccine, but it was highly experimental, and it didn't prevent anything, and it didn't, you know, you were still able to contract it, and you were still able to give it. So it didn't do anything to eradicate it. So this resolution is, in case certainly these whereases happen, I will be resolved to protect the individual liberties of the people, and that's really what we're saying. We're just resolved. It's not a binding thing. It's not an ordinance. It's not anything that we can enforce. It's just that this is where we're resolved with the people of Collier County.
Commissioner McDaniel.
You already, you shared that number 7 had been eliminated. Was there any other changes from what was originally advertised before?
I was looking to see,
Wednesday?
there was, we had, at one point in time, Mr. Collier and I were working on a statement. You know, the World Health Organization's been mentioned, and they are advisory at right now. So I think the language that we were looking for was if the World Health Organization or any other third-party three-letter figure was to make any decisions or mandate anything on us that violated our constitutional rights, we weren't going to recognize that. And
That's in there.
that is in there? Okay.
Yeah.
So number 7 should not be in there. We
And it's
nixed
not.
it.
Is that, as far as you know, that's the only major change that
Yes, sir.
was done?
Well, and you just, I think we might have
I could say,
one major change that was in there, but it's in the newest version that was for us. It's let's see, it's the 5th whereas, where it talks about the FDA. Commissioner Hall, you had made an edit that we all did get, which it's when it talked about animal testing, and it added that sort of last
Mr.
sentence.
Pascal,
But
we do have one little added thing on the FDA statement. Can you put that up, Troy?
it's on the latest one, but is using new means is correct, Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Using new means
Using
such as
computer
modeling.
models. Yeah, that's
Right.
I just want mine. It wasn't on mine. That's why I wanted to make sure.
Am I the only one here with the latest one? Am I
have.
sponsoring this? I'm just kidding.
Apparently.
I got it, Chairman. Got your back.
Commissioner Cole, what do you think? That's just you and I. While they're pulling this one up, I want to just mention a couple things in the resolution. I don't know. I mean, if I don't want to. I wanted sort of, Commissioner Hall, do you want me to wait? I sort of had some things I wanted to address.
Sure. No, go ahead.
So on the resolution, I made a lot of copious notes. So there again, a lot of people had accused that we were, doing certain things up here that we're not. We're giving people choice. But if you look at on the back, the 9 latest details, it basically is, in summary, it says the right to no mandates, right to no discrimination, the right to informed consent without interference, right of personalized care, right to exclude a third party interference, right to not be refused care, right to free movement, right to having a medical advocate, the right to forego unlawful quarantines. So I got check marks next to all those.
Yes.
Love all those. Agree with them. As you said, sir, under the World Health Organization, you added the if, which I thought made the statement more eloquent. The only thing that sort of jumps out at me is similar to the last meeting that we had here. The first 2 whereas, The same way you added the if on the World Health Organization, so we weren't so sort of accusatory across the board, so black and white. Let me just read this to you. And in the end, it's my signature that goes on this as the chair. I mean, I'm representing all of us, so I realize that it's not just me saying approved, but, you know, I value my signature. But let me just read this to you and see if Commissioner Hall, since, you know, I appreciate all the work you've put into this to edit and author this to get it to where, you know, we could talk about it in the best way. But first one says, whereas our federal and state health agencies have not demonstrated transparency and consistency in protecting the citizens of Collier County. I get that. I don't, but it just seems a little too definitive for me. And I don't want to split hairs on this because I think the greater good on this, like I said, when I vote for something, I have to agree with everything. And I don't hate that, but I just think it seems so definitive. They did demonstrate transparency in some cases, and then there was some that they didn't. But saying they just didn't, period, is something that I'm struggling with a little bit, especially when it's the opening paragraphs. And then the second one, whereas constitutional rights of Collier County citizens were violated through discrimination based on vaccine status, it just seems very definitive. Some rights were violated, and you can make an argument that some weren't. And the only reason why those two stick out at me is what I expect is all the whereases below were edited a bit to make it more like I'll read the third one. Whereas many doctors of Collier County were not allowed to speak freely. I believe that's a true statement, but some doctors did speak freely. So it's not so definitive. And the first two, I just think maybe didn't get looked at to be edited as much. I don't know if my colleagues think it really matters. But then as you get further down, you can tell, and I don't want to say softer verbiage, but just better clarified. Whereas if global organizations, and then some of the other changes that were made further down, that shows that there was more than the possibility, but it wasn't so extreme, it wasn't so definitive, it wasn't 100%. The first two seem like they maybe didn't get any look, and maybe they don't need to. I mean, this is something that, you know, you're sponsoring, but everything else I actually don't have a problem with.
What about whereas some federal agencies and state health agencies?
Where's that?
The first one.
To say that, whereas some, yeah, and granted, you know, I always kind of say I don't want to sit here for 3 hours and change the word small dog and cross it out and put puppy, because it makes not much of a difference. But I think it is semantics to say some. You know, I do like that better, because you've put so much time and effort into some of these other things that I do feel strongly about and support. And so I think, you know, we want to vote on the best verbiage possible. I don't know on the second one, you know, my initial takeaway, and if I read it a couple times, then maybe I sort of hear it with a different set of ears, but it makes it sound like every single person in Collier County's constitutional rights were violated, and we had half the people speak at the podium that feel like they weren't. So I don't, you know, this resolution it won't make everybody happy, but I want to feel good that it at least represents to the best of our ability.
What about we're possibly violated?
Yeah, absolutely. So if those words were added in there, I just think it complements the rest of the resolution better.
It doesn't give up the message.
Not at all. So those would be my things. Commissioner Colwell.
I'd like to speak because I heard George Washington's name mentioned twice in this, and you know, I know I'm familiar with when the smallpox was an issue with his troops, and believe it or not, the British troops didn't have an issue because they had herd immunity, because most of them were still in Europe, and where smallpox was there for 75 years earlier. And, you know, herd immunity was basically what it was. And he kind of referenced that he used a vaccination or used some sort of vaccination on his troops, and that's not really what happened. For 76 years in Europe, basically their treatment of smallpox was exposing somebody to smallpox, or taking a body fluid from a person affected in smallpox and exposing that person to that. And a majority of his troops probably already had herd immunity because some of them were just from Europe maybe a few years earlier. You know, there wasn't a big span. But basically it was just a hope and a dream that their own immunity would fight the smallpox and hopefully just have a mild case of it. So I just don't want to have confusion that somehow General George Washington enforced the vaccination upon his troops, because that's not, and he had 76 years of science behind it before he exposed his troops to other people with smallpox, just to mitigate it so his natural immunity would take over and help his troops in the long run. I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Did you see how this is more than a commissioner meeting? It's also a history lesson, you see? So those of you that are here and listening at home, it's very, very educational. That's what you're getting here. Commissioner Hall, I just wanted to get a clarification. So I like the whereas some constitutional rights. What did you say, sir, on the first one? What edit would you make?
I said, whereas some federal and
Some
state
federal,
laws.
same, okay.
And then whereas constitutional rights of Collier County citizens possibly were
Possibly,
violated.
yeah.
And then I'll make the motion to pass the or the resolution with those two changes.
Plus the change in red? Plus the change in red?
Plus the changes in red.
Okay, just for clarity, I mean, I don't want to be overly redundant here. So in the first whereas, we're putting some, second whereas, we're putting possibly, correct?
Yes, sir.
Changes that are in red, like you said, which I already have here in front of me. What else? Is there anything else that we missed? Or I'd like to hear, before we take a valuable vote here, and I do have two commissioners lit up. So Commissioner Saunders.
Yeah, as I said before, I don't think I can get to a point of voting in favor of the resolution. I appreciate
What don't you like about it? I'd really value your opinion.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you got whereas is dealing with the Fourth Amendment, Article 1 of the Constitution, Fifth Amendment, the Ninth Amendment. I don't know that we need to pass a resolution that says or paraphrases what those sections of the Constitutions provide. But there's certain things that are, there's one of the whereas, and maybe the language has been changed, where it says healthcare institutions which are directly causing harm, including death, to the citizens of Collier County. I don't know that to be the case.
Which whereas are you
That's
on?
the last one on page
The
one.
last whereas.
On page one.
Some language dealing with, I think there's something in here dealing with informed consent. I think it says the moment information is withheld violates informed consent. Doesn't say what information, it doesn't clarify what we're really talking about. I think what this does is it creates some expectations that are simply not in reality.
I'm not sure we have those in the final draft.
I know I have the final one here in front of me for sure.
It's on the overhead, the final draft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage if I don't have the.
You have mine, and that's the original language, and that's not in there anymore.
What document was this change? This is the one.
Commissioner, would you like to? At least go for you thought it was. If it's not there, then.
Thank you. There were other things. I look at paragraph 9. Again, I'm just picking out a couple things just to, the right to medical advocate. And so it says here, let me just make sure I'm reading it right. And this may not be in your final draft, but citizens, patients have the right to a medical advocate. We all know that of their choice. Hospitals must recognize power of attorney documents outlining the patient's wishes. Citizen patients have the right of advocate visitation, family visitation, and personal doctor visitation. Now, I don't really know what that means. So, for example, I remember my father was in the hospital at one point, and he had an infectious disease, and he had to be isolated. And so there was a limitation on visitation. This seems that to eliminate that ability of hospitals to reduce visitation when you're dealing with infectious diseases. And then personal doctor visitation. Again, just looking at hospitals, and I don't know if this does this or not, I just don't understand it. Hospitals require physicians that practice in those hospitals to have certain rights and privileges, hospital privileges, in order to be able to practice medicine in those hospitals. Seems to me this eliminates that somebody's admitted, their personal doctor, certainly a personal doctor can come in to visit a patient, but I believe that this expands upon what that personal physician or personal doctor can do in the hospital in the event that that doctor doesn't have any privileges in the hospital. So I don't know what the impact is on our healthcare system. I think it also creates the belief that Collier County government is out there to protect people's constitutional rights from being violated by other entities. And again, I'll just emphasize our mission, our goal is always to make sure we don't do anything to violate anybody's rights. But I don't want to send a message out to the whole world that if your constitutional rights are violated, your right of due process is violated by the sheriff's department, by a deputy, then you have the right to come to Collier County for some redress. And so I don't know that I can get to a point where I can support this.
Which one are you? You're on number 9? You're on number 9 still? Is that what you're talking about, or you went?
I was
you're
just
on the
kind of
front?
jumping around.
Okay.
But yeah, number 9 was the right to a medical advocate. I think raises some questions.
This is board
about
discussion, not public.
the right of free movement. I'm not sure what Collier County would do if the state of Florida, for example, or the federal government prohibited, for some reason, people coming into to Florida. I'm not sure what we could do about it. And it's just those types of things. I think it creates expectations I think are unrealistic.
Let me hear from Commissioner McDaniel, sir.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I mean, it is a resolution. It's not enforceable. It's just a direction of this board with regard to what the citizens' rights in fact are. It's a resolution. What we've already passed is actually law. This is a resolution that just stipulates the perceived, if you will, perceived rights of the citizens and the actions of the medical community. There's no imposition of anything with the resolution. So, did you make a motion to pass this yet?
I did.
I'll second.
With the changes,
Yes,
the first
sir.
whereas.
As amended, yeah.
Possibly a couple of changes.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any further comment? All in favor of the resolution with the changes?
Well, don't be adding in.
No, I'm just summarizing. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes 4-1.
Go.
We take a break?
Okay, we are going to take a break here, and we will be back at, let's just say 3 o'clock. We have a lot of business to do.
Monkey business.
We got monkey business.
Chair, you have a live mic.
That was a fast break.
Okay, we got a lot of work to do. If you're staying, stay. If not, okay, if we can we have everybody quiet down, please, so we can get started on time? And I asked you to silence your phones again, since a few got turned on somehow at lunch. Okay, Mr. Finn, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Edward Finn, Deputy County Manager. We're here to talk today about the provision of fire service on the Ochopee Fire District.
You got to read the title in.
Um,
Okay. We are at our no sooner than time at 1 o'clock time certain. This is a recommendation to execute a new interlocal agreement between Collier County and the Greater Naples Fire Rescue District for continued management of Ochopee Fire District, authorize necessary budget amendments, and authorize staff to bring back a proposed millage cap update to the Ochopee Fire District ordinance. Mr. Ed Finn, your Deputy County Manager, is here to present.
Thank you, ma'am. Edward Finn, Deputy County Manager. Good afternoon. Appreciate your efforts today. Thank you so much. Ochopee Fire District. We'll hone you in here. The Ochopee Fire District is a very large district in the eastern part of the county. It also stair steps up US 41, providing service to Station 61, which is Port of the Isles, Station 60 in Everglades City, the little station here is Station 66, which is essentially a storage facility. That's been the long-term home of the Ochopee Fire District. We're going to talk today about continuing the provision of professional fire rescue service to the Ochopee Fire District. As I said, Everglades City, Port of the Isles, Ochopee, Copeland, US 41, and numerous other properties out there, as well as the balance of the unincorporated area, including areas owned by the federal government. We currently are working on the continuation of a management agreement that was started in 2016. It's been a very beneficial agreement to us, and we're hoping that the board's going to agree to continue that. Pursuant to the existing agreement, Greater Naples submitted a letter to us to terminate the agreement on April 30th. They indicated two things. They'd be willing to continue to provide services so long as we could arrange for a cost-neutral proposition to them, as well as an acknowledgement that consolidation of the Ochopee District into the Greater Naples District was not really a viable option at this point because of the discrepancy in the tax value or the relative density of the tax value. In any event, the Fire District met on March 31, and they approved two agreements, one a long-term, one a short-term. And the last thing is, if we can, have a little discussion about millage rates before we're finished here today. The two alternative agreements, a long-term 10-year agreement with a 90-day termination clause, or a short-term, we might term that a termination agreement in and of itself, that brings us through the end of this fiscal year, or 8 a.m. on October 1. Staff's recommendation at this point is that the chairman be authorized to sign a long-term agreement for the important continuation of these services. And with that, I have dozens of more slides that I'm sure everyone wants to see, but at this point I'll pause and see if there are any questions or comments.
So our task at this meeting is to determine whether we want to agree with obviously there could be a million questions, but in the end, you're proposing either the long-term or the short-term agreement for us to consider.
Our recommendation is, in fact, the long-term agreement.
Right. Yeah. One thing I want to just mention to citizens, because you look at the map and that's, you got a fire station in my district and one in Commissioner McDaniel's, but there's fire stations all over Collier County. Getting a lot of emails from citizens that are hearing some of this chatter or see a few things on the agenda without being as deep into it as we are on a regular basis. Our fire district, commission, leadership chain is a complicated one in Collier County, and I'd venture to say more complicated than I ever imagined it could be before I took this job. But having said that, and I think I speak for every commissioner here, we know Collier County is getting larger, not smaller. none of us are looking to reduce services or staffs or service lines or anything like that, unless it came to our attention that something wasn't staffed properly. But, there's been a lot of sort of fake news out there that when people see one slide and they see something on the agenda, we're here, slashing fire stations, closing fire stations. And I believe everybody up here has had one-on-one meetings with senior leadership at our county manager office and with our fire leadership, and that couldn't be further from the truth. As I've told my constituents, faces might change, the unit patches might change. You might see one truck leave and one truck come replace it, but the service, the support, the level of emergency services, our intention is that they're invisible to the citizen. So I think in the case of whether it's a long or a short term, would you echo everything that I've just said for the record is correct, that we're not making any kind of changes in service, that it's more of the agreements, and sometimes it does move the pieces around a little bit, but I know that my expectation is that nothing gets reduced. If anything, it stays the same or gets better. But in this particular case, it's more of the financial agreement and the staffing is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir. Level of service will remain the same, and as essentially the fire district said in their letter, they're trying to seek a cost-neutral environment here. When they originally struck this agreement, it was under different leadership, different intent, and at this point, we're faced with a reasonable business proposition where they simply want to be made even. The contract provides for reconciliation at the end of the year so that if there's a plus or a minus, it can be adjusted. The contract that the board sees is the maximum that the county is going to pay. So what can happen from there is it may be slightly less than the maximum amount you're seeing today.
What I liked, and then I'll go to Commissioner McDaniel, what I liked about the long-term agreement recommendation by our staff was it really is a long-term recommendation with a short-term one buried in there should we decide to execute it. So I think we get sort of the best of both worlds by doing that. But that was my takeaway. Commissioner McDaniel, sir.
I'll make a motion to accept the long-term agreement.
I second it, unless they want to rush. Any questions?
We do have a couple of public speakers standing over there not doing anything. The mayor. Oh, you want to talk about something else?
Oh, got to come to the podium, sir. It's all official here. Can't scream from the cheap seats.
Yeah, I can. No, thanks for doing this.
You need to state your name, sir, please.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Because I don't think I've met some of the commissioners. My name's Howie Grimm. I'm the mayor of Everglades City. As you can tell, I'm not a politician.
Neither are we.
But I am a public servant, and that's what I'm here for. And but I do want to thank you all for something else before we get into this. And I know I know better because I run meetings too, but thank you for working with us and everything that you do, including this, but also with our trouble with our sewer plant right now. Dr. George and that whole crew has really been helping us a lot, and I really appreciate that. But mainly, I just want to say thank you for considering this, and thank you for the service that you give, and the relationship that we have now. It's tremendous compared to what it used to be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And not to make him think any more of himself than he needs to, but it's largely due to leadership and your assisting with what we've been going through down there, sir. So thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to have that gentleman arrested. He was up against the wall. I didn't know. He looked a little bit sort of.
Yeah.
We have a motion, a second. I also want to just acknowledge Chief Sapp here. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that our fire service stays strong. There is no reduction in service. There are some moving pieces that move around so we can make sure everything's covered. But nobody in this room or all the people that are in this room that aren't in this room that we represent are doing anything other than making sure that we have strong, robust first responder coverage. And a few of our stations took some big hits during Hurricane Ian, and I really applaud the county and the fire team for getting those stations. One was in my district, which was down for a while due to significant damage. But, Chief, you guys did all the right things to, we still need to replace a few. That's a separate topic. But, Chief, did you want to say anything?
Nolan Sapp, Fire Chief, Greater Naples Fire Rescue. I want to go on record and say that, we've worked very hard with the leadership, county manager, deputy county managers. It's been a great experience for me. I mean, we've come together for what I keep referring to in all my meetings as a true partnership, forgetting some of the things that have happened in the past through the years. But today, I feel that we truly are working toward a solid partnership, working with everybody. And I don't want to leave Jeff out. Jeff's been great with us in the meetings as well. And, you know, I've been doing public safety now for 44 years. And that's my end goal, is to make sure we're there for the citizens, whether it's a hurricane, a wildfire, or just to help them get their cat out of a tree. We're there to help in any way we can. And we want to continue that, and it's our mission to ensure that all the citizens, Everglades City, Ochopee, and throughout Greater Naples Fire, that we meet the need of the call when it comes in, and we'll be there for the citizens.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, we've got a motion. This is our 2 districts here. We got a motion, but it's all of Collier County, obviously. We got a motion from Commissioner McDaniel. I've seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The long-term clause passes
Thank you, sir.
unanimously.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 10B. This is a recommendation to appoint 2 members to the Infrastructure Surtax Citizen Oversight Committee. Let's see, I want to try to pull it up here. Is there something, just so we can get the names and I just get back to where we were. Ah, there we go. Okay, somebody pulling it up, right? Let's see. Okay, so Patricia Sherry from District 4 is reapplying, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then did we have a nomination for the second? I see we have 3 candidates.
Mr. Cowell?
Commissioner Cowell? Go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
Chairman, I would like to nominate Patricia Sherry for the District 4 position.
I'll second that.
Okay, got a motion, a second. All in favor of, she's reapplying and nominating her again. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so Patricia Sherry passes. I'd like to nominate Carrie, I think it's Giroy, for the second seat. Is that that's what we're taking a stab at the 3 applicants here, and one more gets to be selected, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like to nominate Carrie for the position unless somebody has an objection or wants to talk about any other candidates.
I'll second.
Okay, got a nomination for Carrie Giroy and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. County Manager?
That brings us to item 11A. This is a recommendation to authorize the chairman to sign a letter of concurrence to support the continuation of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Collier County Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study. Ms. Trinity Scott, your Transportation Management Services Department Head, is here to answer questions or present.
Move to.
We're on 11A, right?
Yes, that's 11A.
Ask her. We got it. He's got
Yeah, I
a
know.
question.
Commissioner Hall's got a question, I believe. Sir?
When are we going to do 10D?
Sir, we'll do that. We'll do that one next. This should take very
Okay.
short amount of time.
Yeah, like a motion for approval.
Second?
I do have 2 registered public speakers, sir.
Trinity spends a lot of time in our office before these meetings. So.
We know.
Exactly. Just because of the, and you say this regularly, Mr. Chair, but just because we're moving forward doesn't mean we're not informed.
Right, we know.
We've already had these things, so.
Let's hear from our 2 public speakers, Mr. Miller.
Your first speaker is Rachel Rhodes. She'll be followed by April Olson. You had slides? Yeah, just a second.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's nice to meet you all in person. My name is...
That's correct?
Yes. Yeah. My name is Rachel Rohde. I work with the Environmental Defense Fund. We're a global organization that has deep expertise in coastal resilience nationwide. Collier County has a narrow window of time to seize a $3 billion investment to ensure that this region is protected from events like Hurricane Ian from doing the damage this community is still recovering from. Only a few months really remain for planning and public engagement in order to be eligible for an upcoming Water Resources Development Act. Planning must begin immediately to develop a plan that maximizes the incorporation of nature-based solutions that will have the ability to strengthen our economy, environment, and protect residents. Hurricane Ian was a pivotal point in this region. There's now a second opportunity to work with a federal agency willing to provide capacity and a large investment to the region. This reinitiation is an opportunity to find out possible solutions that Southwest Floridians want to see that could be implemented to protect communities from the next Ian and more. EDF has extensive experience and expertise both nationally and within the state of Florida with the Corps on these particular coastal studies and projects. We've been a critical asset in Miami-Dade, as well as the Corps, with the Corps themselves and that team at the Norfolk District, and helping them guide through developing alternatives with greater stakeholder engagement and the incorporation of hybrid and natural solutions, which are some of the renderings that we are showing on the slides that we're excited that we've been able to share with the commissioners prior to this meeting. These are to hopefully better understand some of the types of solutions that could be proposed in the process moving forward. Like I said, for over 3 years, we've worked closely to establish a relationship with the Norfolk team that's going to be involved here. We're in a unique position to be able to bring lessons learned from other places throughout the state going through the same process to bring it here. I also I know that there's a letter that's already been drafted that will likely go to the Corps right after this meeting. I highly, highly recommend that the county requests the Section 8106 of the Water Resources Development Act of 2022, which allows you to look, the non-federal sponsor can request that the Corps look at developing alternatives that address not just storm surge, but also other flooding impacts such as rainfall, tidal flooding, sunny day flooding. That's something that has to be requested by the non-federal sponsor, and you can do so in your letter. We also request that you have the Engineering with Nature program, which is a part of a program within the Corps itself, be a part of the project delivery team moving forward in this reinitiation. Public engagement's got to happen now. We're 8 months into an extension that's been given a short amount of time to really develop a comprehensive plan. We know public meetings are happening quickly this month, which is great, and we look forward to even more happening over the course of this study. So, thank you.
Your next and final speaker on this item is April Olson.
Good afternoon, Chairman LaCastro and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you all today. April Olson here from the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. Collier County is one of the most vulnerable places in the world to sea level rise and flooding, as many of you probably know, and scientists predict that hurricanes are getting stronger. Thus, the Conservancy appreciates that the Army Corps of Engineers is willing to work with Collier County to improve coastal resilience. However, if this board does decide to approve continuation of the study, which it sounds like you are, the previously recommended plan must be significantly redesigned to work with nature, not against nature. In the 2020 EIS, the Army Corps admits that the surge barriers, gates, and flood walls would result in, quote, temporary to permanent impacts to aquatic resources and habitats that range from moderate to potentially significant. The Corps' environmental appendix also states that there will be impacts to many endangered and threatened marine species, including sea turtles and shorebirds. And the plan would likely result in moderate to significant impacts to essential fish habitat, managed fish species, and potentially 31 species of reef fish. The Corps also acknowledged water quality issues due to the gate closures, which will increase the probability of red tide and harmful algal blooms. Even though the Corps states that the recommended plan likely would result in these impacts, they also acknowledge that the marine economy is, quote, of significant value to the local economy, end quote. They point to a study that found Collier County's marine economy contributed $954 million to the local economy in 2016. Should you reinitiate the study, we hope you will insist on the following. Number one, a plan that includes nature-based solutions to provide storm resilience so that coastal habitats are protected and enhanced, and so is our coastal economy. Two, we hope that the Army Corps requests, as Rachel had mentioned, engineering with nature team, that is from the Army Corps, that they're brought to the table as they have experience working with nature-based solutions for coastal resilience. Number three, we hope that local knowledge and preferences drive the plan, and local scientists and engineers are included in the process. Four, we hope that WRDA 2022 Section 8106 is requested by this board, which looks at more than just storm surge, it looks at other flooding impacts as well. 5, we hope that in addition to property owners, recreational and commercial anglers, hoteliers, restaurant owners, boat tour operators, and other tourism-based business owners are invited to the table. The Conservancy believes it is possible to design a storm resilience plan with the goal of protecting life and property, as well as preserving and enhancing coastal natural resources. Collier County's tourism and marine industries, fisheries, and our local way of life all depend on the health of our world-renowned and natural coastal resources. And we look forward to offering solutions and a better plan during the stakeholder meetings. Thank you.
That was our final speaker, Mr. Chair.
I was just going to say, I couldn't agree more with what you said. And just to remind people that might be looking at the slides quickly, every single slide has the word concept on it. I've been very clear that, I've got quite a bit of previous work with the Army Corps, and, you want them to come to your town and give you recommendations. I'm not going to support building the Panama Canal anywhere in Collier County, and some of those gates and walls and things like that are subject to discussion, but you said it perfectly. Our goal is to get everyone under one roof in one room. When we get the Army Corps' diverse and vast concepts and list of recommendations, certainly support the nature-based ones. I mean, some on there are no-brainers. Then there's a few that, are a little bit out of, maybe a little bit out of scope, but their job is to think outside the box as well. And what that tells us, and I've said it in here before, because they've come to some of my, military bases that I commanded and give you something that's really out of whack with your budget and maybe with even nature-based solutions. But then the takeaway is, wow, but they did shine a light on a vulnerable spot that we have to do something. And their charge is to show us everything that you can do. And we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And so that's what this study will do. So I don't know if Commissioner McDaniel, if you had a question or you were going to make a motion, but the floor is yours, sir.
I already made a motion.
Okay, and I second it.
Already seconded it. I had a comment very similar to what you were saying, and that was there were a lot of slides put up. The motion is not to make any changes other than what's being recommended to us by staff, and assure the public that this is going to be a very open public process. We've already set the motion in our consent agenda today to establish an advisory committee to this board. I think a total of 7, if I'm not mistaken, 1 from each county commission district and then 2 at large that will kind of sort of officiate the community responses and go through the Corps' recommendations, likes, dislikes, so on and so forth. But I just wanted to assure, similar to you, that pictures that were shown during the public comment were not a portion of what our recommendations agreeing or some of the things that April talked about, like you said, are no-brainers, but we're not giving direction to the Corps other than to go forth and persevere and come back and tell us what they think, and then we'll go through their recommendations on a case-by-case basis.
Let the record show that Commissioner McDaniel fully agreed with the chair's comments and echoed what I said. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Now we get to do theirs.
Commissioners, item 10D is formerly 16H2. This is a recommendation to direct staff to prepare an LDC amendment to repeal LDC section 5.05.15, conversion of golf courses. I'll look over to the county attorney to start, or the commissioners. This was pulled by all 5 of you separately.
Okay. And I've got a golf course that's going to fall under this eventually, but I'd like to defer to, Commissioner Colwell, if you just want to maybe just open with some comments. I mean, I don't see you lit up here, but thought you might want to just get us started, because I know you put a lot of effort into discussions with your constituents and in your district.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm looking at, I believe, 3 golf courses right now that fall under this particular subject matter. I know at least one was the initial that prompted the Burt Harris lawsuit that I think prompted this whole conversation in one of our earlier commission meetings. And I'm looking at Evergreen and Lakewood right now. Well, Lakewood's its own special it's a little different than the other two, but it's also it's gonna have some effects and effects on the community and what they plan on trying to do with that particular golf course. I just feel that I know this was prompted because then we saw a second Bert Harris lawsuit come in, and it was referring to the Lynx property on 41, East 41 in Commissioner LaCastro's district. And, you know, when I researched back, I wasn't here back in 2017 when the Board of Commissioners decided to put this in place for the conversion and the stipulations for the conversion. But I know that it was praised, and it was praised by a lot of people, the work they did. And I think now, how many years later, we've actually had two situations where we have one very frivolous Bert Harris lawsuit that I believe that refers to the Riviera project, that we may be acting in haste to start changing something that I believe may have been really a well-written statute or amendment or, land use conversion for the golf courses here in Collier County. I just don't want to rush to judgment, and I feel it should have conversation and have the people definitely express their feelings on it. I know two of the communities that I represent have already sought out representation to their independent law firms to represent them moving forward, and I know they wanted to be part of the discussion. So,
Mr. Miller, how many speakers do we have?
We have 17, sir.
Okay. I got every commissioner lit up here. Would you rather, I'd like to maybe hear from the citizens first, and that might change what you want to talk about. So let's go ahead and get started, Mr. Miller.
Absolutely, sir. Your first speaker is Michael Witt. He'll be followed by Tricia Campbell. Mr. Witt's been seated 3 additional minutes from Lydia E. Grima. Lydia, there, she's right there. And so Mr. Witt will have 6 minutes and will be followed by Tricia Campbell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Michael Witt. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hahn, Lozier & Parks. We have offices in Fort Myers and Naples. I want to just make a comment a little about my background before I start. I'm not a typical zoning and land use lawyer, that shows up in front of you all the time. I'm a trial lawyer. My practice is predominantly eminent domain, inverse condemnation, Bert Harris claims, etc. And I also do a lot of business litigation, real estate litigation. Riviera is represented by the Becker law firm, fine law firm. I was with them for 25 years. And I was brought in because of this directive to go to staff to repeal this ordinance, and because of the implications of the Riviera Golf Course Bert Harris claim. And let me start by saying, I'll echo what Commissioner Kowal said. It's a baseless Bert Harris claim. And I believe that this directive to go to staff to say just repeal section 5.05.15 is kind of an overreaction. So initially, let me be clear, and then I'll make some comments. What we're asking the commission to do is not to send it to staff to repeal it, but send it to staff to maybe look to see if amendments are proper. Now, 6 years in, it may be appropriate to go back and say, hey, you know what, we didn't really see this particular situation, we didn't see this happening. Maybe there are some tweaks there that may prove to be beneficial, and maybe they stave off a Bert Harris claim. But you really are kind of caught in between. You've got competing land interests, you've got landowners, i.e. the golf course owner, who may be seeking to convert and redevelop that property, but you have existing homeowners, and Riviera, for example, 692 homes, I believe. That's a lot of stakeholders, and they've paid premiums when they purchased their property to be on the golf course and have views. They've paid increased property taxes through the years, decades, many of these people. And given the nature of this community, with a lot of the people that are resident there, veterans, it's a 55 and over community, it's not as easy as, well, it's going to change, but it's going to pick up, pack up, and sell out. So we're asking that if there is a direction to staff that it be, let's go back, let's take time, let's hear from the stakeholders, let's hear from the impacted citizens and these property owners, and see if there are changes that maybe make sense. So the Burt Harris claim, there's not been a denial of anything. And I've seen it, I've looked at it. I saw the lawsuit that was filed back in 2019. Frankly, that was ridiculous, and was dismissed immediately. And this one's no better. There's been no denial. So they've gone through the ITC, they started, we had the stakeholder outreach meetings. My people showed up and they cared and they tried to have input. It may not have been as well received from the developer, who I think was simply checking boxes. Wait, under this LDC provision, we've got to have these meetings? Okay, let's have the meetings. I don't know that there was much by way of good faith in taking into account what the residents of Riviera actually had an interest in preserving, which is the greenways. You mentioned, Commissioner Cobalt, that in 2017, this was praised. Commissioner McDaniel at the time said that it offered a nice balance of protections for homeowners and the rights of the developers and landowners. We couldn't agree more, Commissioner. It really did. Staff really, really worked hard. I read the white paper that they did. They worked hard for months to investigate this and come up with these recommendations. And I think it's workable and should not be repealed. Now, one of the things that I want to bring up is oftentimes when these developers initially go through the process to get these approvals, to get the density that they need, they use the golf course as the required open space to meet the requirements of the Land Development Code. So now it's almost like a second bite at the apple. So years ago, you come before us, you get your approval, that meets the open space requirements. Now you want to get rid of the golf course, you want to build more homes, and you want to get rid of the open space. You want to get rid of the greenways, which is going to be vitally and dramatically impactful to the residents of Riviera. So floodplain compensation is another big factor here. There are as many as 10 different residential communities that are dependent on the Riviera Golf Course for floodplain management and stormwater drainage. 10. That's a lot. So to say, yeah, sure, no problem. Oh my gosh, you filed a Burt Harris claim. We're just going to have to do away with this ordinance. It's really not the way to go. There's a dichotomy. You've got these folks, you've got the existing landowners, you've got a land developer who's got rights as well. So let's just take our time, let's take a deep breath, and let's go back, send this to staff, and see if there are any changes that may be needed. So we're asking that the commission direct staff to take this back, take a look at it, see if there are any potential changes, and I would... No kick in the shins to the county attorney's office. I've dealt with them for many years. They've got very fine lawyers in the county attorney's office. I would suggest and recommend that you at least consider retaining special counsel to look at these Burt Harris claims and defend them vigorously, and not just look at them and say, oh my gosh, now what are we going to do? We've got all these Burt Harris claims coming up by these golf course developers. Of course they're going to do that. I don't want to be mean, but I've done this for 37 years. They're golf course developers, and that's what golf course developers do if they feel they're not going to get their way. So I would suggest that as an alternative, to hire a firm that specializes in Burt Harris, eminent domain, and that area of the law to represent the county in defending against those Burt Harris cases.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Tricia Campbell. She'll be followed by Denise Hanrahan.
Denise, if you want to queue up if you're here. Podium, thank you.
Thank you for hearing us today. There's a lot of people in this room. You'll see the Riviera T-shirts on. Tricia Campbell, President, Riviera Golf Estates Homeowners Association. I want to thank you for taking it off the consent agenda and putting it on the regular agenda, because this is an important subject. 2017, staff put hours and hours into the Land Development Code that the Board of County Commissioners at that time all voted to put this into place. 50515 was part of that approval. On March 28th, at the commissioners' meeting, I heard someone say that this is not working. Well, if it isn't broken, why fix it? Or should I say, if it isn't used, why are we repealing it? On behalf of Riviera Golf Estates, we ask that you do not repeal the Land Development Code for golf course conversions, but instead that you request staff to review the code and return with their recommendations. At Riviera Golf Estates, our board of directors has a fiduciary responsibility to cover 1,125 residents in that community. We have 690 homes and 692 lots. 2 of the lots are owned by the county, just so put that on record. With all due respect to the board of directors, the Board of County Commissioners, do you have a fiduciary responsibility to attorneys who want to do a Byrd Harris claim to the county for a taking that wasn't taken? A developer who may not be in Collier County or even in the state of Florida. Or most importantly, the population of over 440,000 citizens of Collier County that a majority voted to put the 5 of you into office. Please do not repeal the LDC for golf course conversion. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Denise Hanrahan. She'll be followed by Kimber Perala.
Hi, my name is Denise Hanrahan. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I have been a resident of Lakewood for almost 25 years now, and I'm not sure if any of you have been there, but it's a great deed-restricted community. And we're getting hit by both sides. We're getting hit by Lakewood and Evergreen, both the golf courses. And it's not just the golfing aspect of it, it's the flooding aspect of it. This is huge green lands that prevent us from flooding. If you've been down Lakewood during a summer rain, you'll realize that Lakewood, the boulevard, fills up quite nicely with water. And unfortunately, with the building and construction that both courses are trying to pass through, it will, I'm sure, cause us to flood. Not only that, but the traffic. Lakewood is become a cut-through, which it's from Davis to 41 up to Walmart. But now when you're going to add this, you're going to add 2 places. One is going to be 300 to 400 homes. The other one's could have the capacity of 300 clients. You're adding almost 1,000 more vehicles in and out of there every day. People on Lakewood Boulevard won't even be able to go to work and get out of their driveways. This is just such a wonderful community. And when these lands were purchased, they were purchased as golf courses. That's what they were zoned as. And to go ahead and change it and to destroy the community, it hurts us all. So, thank you very much for your time.
Your next speaker is Patrick J. Is it Wansour? I hope I'm getting that right. Patrick? All right. Anthony Piers? Oh, there he is. Anthony will be followed by Daniel Zagarek.
Hiding in plain sight.
Daniel, if you can queue up over here so we can think. Oh, there you are, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't even see you sitting there. Go ahead, Tony.
Chairman, members of the board, Tony Piers with the law firm of Woodward Piers Lombardo, representing the Lakewood Community Services Association, Inc. And as Commissioner Caldwell has articulated, Lakewood, and this former speaker addressed the issue of there's a Evergreen Golf Course is going through the ITC process at the present time, may come through with the rezoning. And there in Lakewood, there are thousands of residents. They're well-established residential communities. And what you have 15 distinct communities, 3 condominium communities, 3 single families, and 9 villa communities. We concur with the request by the Riviera Gulf Estates representatives and the residents to not direct staff to look towards repealing the ordinance. As Commissioner Caldwell said and Mr. Witt stated, that ordinance was a product of almost a year, a 6-month moratorium, and then almost a year of work, collaborative efforts. This is the agenda packet for that March 14th, 2017 meeting that included other amendments, but primarily the golf course conversion ordinance with changes to the administrative code, data, backup. A substantial amount of material, a substantial amount of time and effort went into that effort. Also at that time, the golf courses were granted additional uses. Additional permitted uses were added and conditional uses were added that had not been there previously as part of this whole process. And we would suggest then, consistent with what's been requested by Riviera Gulf Estates, leave section 5.0515 in there. Do not change the Administrative Procedures Manual. If you're to do anything at all, direct staff to prepare and present to the board at a future board meeting a detailed presentations as to the origins, genesis, and creation of the ITC ordinance, including but not limited to the significant research performed by county staff just a few short years ago, and direct the staff as part of that process to solicit input from the various stakeholders, review the ordinance, and make recommendations to the commissioners. This will provide the opportunity for a full and robust review and possible amendments to the ordinance. And again, the concerns of Lakewood communities and others would be considered. The ordinance was developed to protect residential communities and provide a balance while simultaneously providing golf course owners with additional alternative use of the golf course property to proceed with reasonable economic development. The staff and the board did a very good job of developing and adopting an ordinance that provides for that balance and participation on both sides. The property rights of property owners adjacent to the golf course and the property rights of the landowners of the golf course. As a result, we request that the board not direct staff to implement the process to repeal, but if the board wants to take any action, is direct staff to work with the communities, look at possible amendments, find out what issues and flaws there might be, if any. I've not seen any that have really been identified. So we respectfully request not to take the requested action as outlined in the executive summary. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Daniel Zagarek. He'll be followed by Peter Ozinski. Daniel's been seated 3 additional minutes from Robert Monturi. Is Robert here? There he is. So Daniel, you will have 6 minutes. Before you begin, sir, Peter Ozinski, are you here, sir?
He's coming.
Okay. Please, thank you. Cue up to the podium. Daniel?
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, and good afternoon. It's been a long day so far. It started before 9 o'clock, and thank goodness you only have to do this twice a month. I moved into the Fountains, which is the Fountains 1, which is an island, which is the first group of fountains south of Riviera Golf Estates. I moved in a few years ago, and I had heard that there were some issues, with the golf course and et cetera. And as I studied it, I found out, there's some differences of opinion. Riviera Golf Estates, any of the neighboring communities, Riviera offers a great place to pedal your bike without having any issues. Probably, you could probably take children or grandchildren along with you in those communities and really not face any aggressive traffic or incidents that may cause you to not feel safe. I would ask you, commissioners, do not take away our rights and freedoms by repealing this land development code, 5.0515, which is the golf course conversion code. I was surprised to see it on the consent agenda a few days ago, and I wasn't surprised. And finally, we got it. We nailed it down. It quit moving around, so we have a chance to talk about it. 2017 was when the Board of County Commissioners enacted this land development code, 5.05.15. I have something from Naples Daily News right in front of me, March 12th of 17. After studying it for 6 months, Mr. McDaniel and Mr. Saunders, you were on the board then. After studying this for 6 months, county commissioners may approve new rules limiting how developers can turn golf courses into housing developments. A proposal is to be voted on to require developers to put up between a 75 and 100-foot wide greenway around the perimeter of the development. Okay, it's right here if any of you guys want to see it. Mr. Saunders, in that article from the Naples Daily News, you're quoted as saying, if there's going to be a conversion there has to be some way to protect the people who bought property on a golf course, Saunders said. The process would make it more difficult to do a conversion, and I don't have a problem with that because it should be difficult. And so you guys know, I'm all for letting this development company build 104 homes. I am vehemently against 346. You know, kneeling with people that just want to push as many units into a space as possible isn't the way for us to behave, not at all. And there's more in these articles. The new rules would bring the public into the process earlier and attempt to balance the interests of business owners with homeowners who have been paying a premium for views, said Mike Bosey, the county's zoning director. So Mr. Bosey behind me, the zoning director, you know, said people paid a premium because of where their condo or their home was located. In the next article, and I know the young attorney, young to me, brought up a few of these things earlier. To the applause of more than 200 residents that packed the chambers Tuesday night, 6 years ago, Collier County commissioners approved new rules saying they will make it tougher for developers to turn struggling golf courses into housing developments. This is printed, so I assume that it's correct, right?
It's in the Naples Daily News.
Among the changes is a new requirement that would force developers to put up a greenway that is between 75 feet and 100 feet wide around the perimeter of the development. That gives this guy 104 homes. It's not, or housing units, whatever you want to call it. Don't hide behind the state. Don't hide behind affordable housing. Just don't vote yes on this. And if they're going to take you to court, okay, sometimes that happens. Commissioners would still have final say over any rezone request. I guess we know that. Commissioner Bill McDaniel said the new rule offers a nice balance of protections for homeowners and rights for landowners. I think it's a decent path for us to travel, McDaniel said. Sorry if I put an S on it earlier. Developers will be required to put a minimum of 35% of the land under a conversion. But, you know, why change now? Why change now? And the only other question I have is, Rick, were you in the military?
Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
You were the COO at the hospital.
Being sarcastic, is that, sit down, your time's up.
Yeah.
I got the gavel here.
I know,
Thank
you
you, sir.
have the microphone
You
way
do
more
too.
than we do.
Yeah, that's not true. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Mr. Chair,
your
your next speaker is Peter Ozinski. He'll be followed by Paul Swinwood.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Osinski. I live in Riviera Golf Estates, and I come to you as a member of the Golf Course Study Group at Riviera. And what we did, there's 6 or 7 of us that have done our best to keep up with what's going on in the regulations, how to respond, and how to best proceed in the challenge that we have with this development in our coming at us. Now, when it came time for the SOM meetings, we looked at Section 510515 very carefully, and we looked at what the SOM meetings are all about. Now, what is important about this section is that it encourages and requires dialogue between the stakeholders and the developers. Because as you know from the law you passed in 2017, there has been a lot of litigation that went nowhere and served no one. So we took the SOM opportunity very carefully. As a result, we came up with our questions as a study group and also encouraged residents to come up with their own questions. And we went to the SOM meetings, and you know the story. There were mixed results as far as how the meetings went or whatever. But we took the results very seriously. We looked at all of the transcripts, and we looked at all the questions that were raised, and we looked at all the answers that were offered by the developer. We came up with a list of 78 questions that we raised and were not addressed. We then wrote a letter to Nancy Gunlock on June 15th, 2022, and we listed at least 9 of the major issues and questions that are yet to be addressed. Now, these aren't gotcha questions. These are very good questions about drainage, about compatibility, about a number of things, land values that weren't addressed. As a result, we sent this letter along with 9 of those very important issues and 21 more very good questions. 14 pages of probably 70 more, 21 of which I think are very important pages. Did it work? Did this process work for us? Absolutely. Whether or not the developer dismissed this as, it's nothing, it's not working, it's not helping, it really helps us because we have and have documented and have sent to the county a number of our concerns and questions. And we know that in the next phase of the zoning process, we are going to make sure they're addressed. As far as we're concerned, this thing works. The 100-foot greenway works. What we would be left with if we didn't is a change of use variance, which, here's a change of use criteria from Collier County. Basically, you have 18 questions that you will simply consider.
If you could sum up, sir.
Yeah, okay. In other words, in the absence of this, then we go to change of use, which is even less protection for us. I ask you sincerely, leave it as it is. Go forward. This is a good process. You haven't seen it through, but we've taken it seriously, and we guarantee it's going to bear fruit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Paul Swinwood. He'll be followed by Daniel Snyder.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity here. My name is Paul Swinwood. I'm a resident of the lands just south of Riviera Golf Estates, called Fountains 1. You've already heard from one of our residents. We are probably the group most impacted by the proposed changes. And I want to acknowledge the work of the staff and the councilors of Collier County in developing LDC 50515, a wonderful document as a starting point. It provides guidance and direction in the conversion of golf courses. I would strongly recommend that it not be repealed, but if some subsections are in conflict, there be hearings to adjust them. As a homeowner who is negatively impacted by some of the weaknesses of this LDC, it saddens me to see a proposal to provide less guidance on the conversion of golf courses, especially lands within a golf course community or a current community. In closing, I'd like to invite Collier County Planning to come and look at the current infrastructure below Riviera Golf Course estates and this conversion. No one has defined who will pay for the $5 to $7 million of infrastructure improvement that will be needed to support any homes going in there. The safety, the traffic lights that will be needed to access Rattlesnake Hammock, and the safety for the additional sidewalks that need to go in, and for the lighting, since there's no lighting along that street. So Collier County itself is looking at $5 to $7 million if this goes ahead. So I ask you, vote no to the repeal. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Daniel Snyder. He'll be followed by George Dans.
Right, thank you. Daniel Snyder, I'm a 6-month resident, full-time resident of Collier County. I moved here from King County, Seattle area in Washington State. So I've moved from one West Coast to another West Coast, and I love it here. What really attracted me here was community, the sunshine. Frankly, Chris, you mentioned freedom and responsibility. I appreciate that. It was really a breath of fresh air for me to come here and find the right community. We worked with a realtor for a number of months. We found the perfect neighborhood in Riviera Golf Estates, and we've been really happy. We found here that we find that Collier County is really about freedom. One small example is the beach parking pass for free. You really look after your community and your citizens of Collier County, and I really appreciate that coming here. What concerns me, though, with the proposed development conversion of the 55 community is the loss of the 55 community. If you look at a map of Riviera Golf Estates, it's a set of tendrils of roads and housing for, in this case now, a lot of senior citizens, 70, 80, 90-plus-year-old people who would be hard-pressed, honestly, to deal with a conversion at this point in their retirement and their lives. So myself, I know I've moved here. I've helped neighbors with their sprinkler systems. Yesterday, I helped a lady get her air conditioning running again. It wasn't running for a few days. We walked the neighbor's dogs. She just got a puppy. There's a real strong sense of community in Riviera Golf Estates. But what I've really found is a lot of people are still needy. It would be very hard-pressing on them to endure a conversion at this point. I think we owe it to them as citizens and supporters in our community and our county to not go ahead with the conversion. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is George Dans. He'll be followed by Jody Job.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is George Dans, and today I am Secretary and representing the East Naples Civic Association. Over the past few years, rules, regulations, procedures, and codes have been developed to provide organized and reasonable development in Collier County. In the last few months, there's been issues regarding some of these items that have come up. Just a month or two or three, whatever it was, this commission sent back the NIMS process to staff for changes. I have attended numerous NIMS meetings since I've been in Naples, and it's been a very logical exchange of ideas between the presentation of the developer and the attendees, and they interact with each other. Someone had the idea that we need to look at that or make changes to that. I'm not sure what that is. The Burt-Harris Act was mentioned in the executive summary for this item. As the attorney pointed out, it's my understanding that the Burt-Harris Act is to try to rectify a loss or a wrong. And as the attorney pointed out, to this point, there has been no loss to any of the claimants. Now we're talking about the Land Development Code itself. A lot of time, a lot of effort went into that Land Development Code. And all of a sudden, it's brought up. We need to look at it to repeal it, or to make amendments to it. Whole bunch of these things coming up at one time. I'm wondering if we're on a track to remove regulations and codes for developers so that they can do anything they want. But really, we would like to respectfully request that you vote no against repealing the amendments to the vote no on repealing or amending the land development code for golf courses. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Jody Job. She'll be followed by Gary Henderson.
Hi, thanks. It's Jody Job. Thanks so much.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Everyone does it. Thanks so much for letting me speak here today. I am here on behalf in part of my mom right here, Janine Job. She's able to speak for herself, but prefers me to, I think, maybe. She's, I'm going to say it, she's 92 years old, and she is completely on point. She keeps me on point most of the time, if I'm being honest. My parents bought their home in Riviera Golf Estates in 1999. They bought a home right on the golf course because they loved the view and the space it afforded them. They had years of beautiful memories with their neighbors and friends, their peers, in this tight-knit 55 and up golf community. My dad has since passed, but my 92-year-old mother still lives a vital, active life at Riviera Golf Community and enjoys reading her murder mysteries out on her lanai overlooking her golf course every day. Please do the right thing and preserve the golf course conversion code that has already been unanimously supported, and preserve this community and ensure it will remain a vital, active community where seniors thrive. It's wrong to pull the rug out from under our seniors. They bought in a 55 and up golf community. Repealing the well-researched and unanimously approved golf course zoning laws sets a dangerous precedent, not just for RGE, but all seniors and residents, your constituents, in golf communities across Collier County, as we can see here today. Not only is it careless to cram in more housing without care, it's not safe. It would subject these seniors to community congestion, dangerous flooding conditions, loss of property value, and a deterioration of their well-being and happiness. Please do the right thing for our Riviera Golf Estates law-abiding, tax-paying, voting residents. And in fact, please support all of our senior citizens, and for all our Collier County residents, your constituents. You can be their voice, and they won't forget you for it. Thank you so much.
Your next speaker is Gary Henderson. He'll be followed by Richard Ciarcia, I'm going to guess.
Hi there. Gary Henderson, 921 Charlemagne, part of the Riviera Estates. And the reason I'm here is to ask you to not repeal the...
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Oh, sorry. I just like being here. I've got my vote socks on. I only get to wear these about 4 times a year. And to that point, I have a choice. I can either vote in an election, or I can vote with my feet. And that's why these socks work well. And allowing willy-nilly golf developments to be redeveloped without a proper process is what I'll be doing. I'll be voting. I'll either be voting in an election, be one of the 27,502, 500. I'd be the number 2 if it's done the right, or or I'd be voting with my feet, because what I want is a district and a county that follows a process, and a process that allows me the open access to ask the questions of the developers when they develop an area, a golf course. I understand golf courses don't always end up being golf courses all their life. It's not like going to the old course, which has been there since 1500. But I'm still waiting for these questions to be asked. And if we start repealing stuff or doing mediation, that circumvents the process of the planning commissions and the Collier County commissions. And so I'm asking you to, if you've got questions about your process, ask those questions to be reviewed. But just repealing something because you've got questions is the wrong methodology. And one of the questions I have for the developers is, what are they going to do with the 2.5 million gallons of water that will be landing on those acreages that they will be redeveloping? How will that be processed? I've yet to receive an answer on that. Not to mention the over 3 million gallons every minute when an inch of rain falls every minute. What happens to that water? So I haven't seen that in in any of their proposals, and I want to have that process available to me so I can ask those questions. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Richard, is it Ciarcia? And he will be followed on Zoom by Alan Carpenter.
Hi, hello again. Let's just look back at a point that I think we're missing in here. When the developer first bought the place back in 2005, at that time the building code per building was 6 feet high. And since the average level in where we are in Riviera, it was about 6 feet, you know, it looked probable, but that 20-year standoff, that's what made the difference. In 2017, after the hurricane, the builder saw that this land requirement was going up. And so it was about that time was around 9 or 10 feet. And so that's when he tried to get the proposal through again for the 2020. But when you look at that end of it, 6 feet versus the 2010, and with the feeling that it was an awful lot that it was going to go higher, and obviously it did, 2000 and went to 12 feet. That's when Fiala and a few of you came up with the thing, and it wasn't based on harassing or changing some, making it difficult for a builder. It was based on the fact of this water requirement and the flooding out on that. So with that 12 feet, it became a state and federal requirement that you do something about it. So the builder saw that. When we met with them again, they figured, let's come out with a proposal to fix this. So they said, if we create more ponds, well, they're filling in a few ponds too. If those ponds are maintained at 3 feet, I don't know how we do that. We had nothing to do with them before. If those pipes and everything else that go through the road and connect all the ponds are maintained with removing the silt so that the water could flow through it, then it should work. Well, that's if, and should. That's not a guarantee, a warranty, even a great guess. And they knew this, and that's when the 3 requirements that they were supposed to do was meet with us, then come out with a proposal, saying what our requests are and what we're worried about. They never did that, and then come out with their land requirement thing and what they were going to fix. Well, obviously they saw it wasn't going to work either. So based on these things, this seems like the easiest decision in the history of decisions, to quote a little TV commercial on that end. On a final end of it, you guys have done a great job, putting in parks, putting in soccer fields, sports parks, and pickleball. But one of the biggest requirements, because of the senior end of it, is golf courses. Maintaining these golf courses right now, even though it's in March and it's starting to turn off, these golf courses are full right to the end of the day. They're putting in, full ends, almost 300 people, per day on this end. He said that the golf course was not feasible economically. Even though he kept it horrible, that place was still putting in people into that end of it. And we know he was making money because all the other golf courses were making record profits. Hibiscus alone was making, reported $800,000 profit 5 years ago. The last part of it is that if this goes, obviously Lakewood goes, obviously Greenwood goes. Would Hibiscus be next? If the guy likes the money that much, I mean, the price of this land is just skyrocketing like crazy. And then how many other golf courses? And then what have we done for the community for there? Thank you very much.
Your final registered speaker on this item is Alan Carpenter. Mr. Carpenter, you're being prompted to unmute. I see you've done that, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the commissioners for allowing this topic to be on the regular agenda. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person to address you. My holiday travel plans were set a while ago. I just wanted to say, as a former in-house counsel for a number of companies, that I was a great believer in process. Spent a lot of time in front of the US FDA, the NRC, DEA, HHS, EPA, you name it. Policy and procedure were sort of my forte, and you could call me the process guy. And I think what we're hearing today from both Attorney Witt and Attorney Pierce is that we implore you to follow a logical process for major changes to the code, if any, are warranted. And I wanted to just remind everybody that the board previously voted in favor of having the county staff review the specific sections that seemed objectionable that led to these purported Bert Harris letters having to do with the dimensional requirements of the Greenway. And that meeting was only 3 meetings ago on February 14, where the vote was taken and passed to direct staff to do that study and come back with recommendations. I think it's important to rely upon the staff in any logical planning process, and we all, as taxpayers, as well as the commissioners yourselves, rely upon these experts, the land planners, the engineers, the attorneys, and others for their respective expertise in their fields. So we sincerely request that they follow the process of studying this, proposed changes, if any, are needed, and to improve the process. We agree with continuous improvement for any code that needs adjustment. Finally, I just point out there's always the result or the rule of unintended consequences, which may come into play by anything as drastic as repealing a code, which is sort of like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Such an action could impact thousands of homes, values in golf course communities across the county. Thank you very much for your attention.
And that was our final registered speaker on this item, sir.
Commissioner McDaniel, you're lit up.
Yeah, well, it was my name that was put on this, so I wanted you to hear why I made this proposition. 2 weeks ago, County Attorney, when you were sitting in my office and we were discussing the proposed zoning settlement for the Naples Links on the East Trail, what was your comment with regard to this ordinance?
It doesn't work, not as intended.
Agreed. Mr. Bosey, I just wanted folks to understand why we're here, why I made this suggestion. And I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to talk a little bit from your personal opinion, or from your opinion, not personal opinion, but your opinion with regard to this golf course ordinance and its functionality. Is it requisite? Was it extreme for me or for the suggestion to be to bring this back for a vote of repeal?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, won't offer any comment in terms of the extremism of the nature. I think what your request was related to was the number of Bert Harris claims that we have against the golf course conversion process. And remember, I think there needs to be a clear distinction. The golf course, the intent to convert, The intent to convert process has no decisions made within there. The intent to convert process was designed to promote dialogue between the developer and the existing homeowners within the proximity to the golf course. It took the concept of our neighborhood information meeting and kind of and blew it up even further. It said, we really want to get compromise. We want to explore, is there compromise between the developer, what they're proposing within these existing golf course and in their conversion process, and the existing homeowners? Where is it we can find areas towards because after the intent to convert process, there's no decision. Then, after you're satisfied with your intent to convert process, then you're allowed to ask and petition this Board of County Commissioners, can we rezone from golf course? In this particular case, in Riviera, it's golf course. In Ironwood, it's zoned golf course. Both of these are unique in terms that they are a zoned golf course, not zoned as part of a larger PUD that has a golf course component within it. And what we have found, both the Riviera and the Ironwood, there hasn't been the robust conversation we had hoped for. I think one of the speakers had said the intent to convert process has elicited a number of questions that they have arrived upon that they want to see answered during the rezoning process. So within their purview, they feel that the golf course conversion process has shed light onto things that they need to be more to ask questions about. But in terms of the give and take that we have designed for the golf course conversion, it hasn't happened. One of the things I did want to point out that is a requirement in the basis of the golf course conversion, the SOMs, those are called stakeholder outreach meetings. They're required to have 2 of them, where the developer goes and talks to the community and tries to find where they could maybe have some compromise in terms of how they're proposing. And the whole basis of what I've highlighted within the intent to convert process
It's not
is
going up yet.
Thank you, Commissioner.
There we go.
Conceptual development plans. The basis of the intent to convert process is based upon conceptual development plans. And those conceptual development plans are not engineered, they're not stamped, they are the concepts. The concepts they want to bring to talk to the community about, this is what we'd like to see. And then the idea is the community says, well, we're not in favor of that. We'd like to see the buffer in a little bit more robust manner. We'd like to see maybe higher setbacks, different arrangement of structures depending on if they're 1-story, 2-story, those type of things. That hasn't really been provided for within the conversion process. But further within this intent to convert process, there's components that requires, and it's at odds with that concept plan, and we'll get back to that section that I had highlighted. Stormwater stormwater management requirements. They have to demonstrate that the stormwater management for surrounding uses will be maintained at an equivalent or an improved level of service. That should be demonstrated by a pre versus post-development stormwater runoff analysis. So we're saying there's no zoning action during the intent to convert process. This is a process to stimulate discussion between the applicant and the existing residential community. It's based upon concept plans. But right here, it's telling you that you're spending dollars on engineered stormwater management requirements. That's an inconsistency within that code. That needs to be addressed. If the recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners was to seek areas for modification and improvement within this area, that is one of the areas. Next, it says floodplain compensation in accordance with Section 3.02 has to be provided. But how is that? It's hard to provide that level of specificity when you're dealing with concept plans.
And that's where, there again, this is where I'm trying to gather this. The county attorney and I talked about it not being a functioning ordinance, so the automatic the automatic was to repeal it because we're getting all these requests of claims of Bert Harris and potential lawsuit and property takings and so on and so forth. Would you concur that the ordinance is not working, or would you suggest, because I'm totally fine with, I mean, repealing it, we don't have to repeal it if there are aspects of the ordinance that staff is happy with, that's offering some assurances. I'm totally fine with reviewing it, bringing back recommendations for necessary adjustments so that it is more functioning. I also want to hear from the county attorney as to why he says it's not working. So I wanted to hear from you on that.
I most certainly think that there are opportunities for improvements within it, and I just highlighted one. The other aspect that I think, and this gets to the heart of why I think there was that motivation from the dais to potentially repeal this section, and it has to do with the second portion says of B, and it talks about, this is about the greenway. This is what's required for a golf course. If a golf course wants to move from a golf course to a non-golf course use or residential use, it's required to have a greenway. And that greenway is required to be a minimum average of 100 feet and no less than 50 feet at any one location.
75.
Or 70, I'm sorry. Thank you.
They know it better than you do.
Yeah, I see that. So thank you. And so that component is a standard that's saying that's a requirement. That requirement is what is allowing the Ironwoods, is allowing the Rivieras, allowing the Links to go straight to the Bert Harris claim. Because there's no residential development proposed in this county that would be next to a residential development that would require a 100-foot buffer.
Right.
That's a unique aspect of, if you have a golf course that you're transitioning to something, you are asking, the government is asking that property owner to surrender more of his land than what would be required of any other developer. So that's problematic. And what the other aspect, and if you look at A, in its relation to it, it's been my interpretation that the Board of County Commissioners could deviate from any aspect of the golf course conversion. But the strict reading of the language, the board may approve alternative designs that was vetted at the stakeholder outreach as provided for in LDC section 505-15C3. So there needs to be modifications to say that the Board of County Commissioners can make deviations from any and all component of the golf course conversion, so you don't have a developer being able to say, we're going straight to Bert Harris because there's 100 feet that's being dictated of my property, and from a taking standpoint, they can make a pretty strong foundation that we are being treated uniquely because we are a golf course compared to any other land use within, because there's no other component within our zoning code that would require such a dedication of land.
Would we not have sufficient protection within the existing LDC for a conversion of a golf course for the residents and the people that are impacted by it?
Well,
would this board be able to, again, not everybody's going to be happy, but do we not already have sufficient protection for residents that reside next to within the LDC? The existing LDC without this conversion?
Without this would not have the requirements for the the additional greenways and the width of them, the average length, and the specific definitions. What you would have the rezone process. You would have neighborhood information meeting where there would be promotion, try to promote a little bit more dialogue, but you would always have the ability to impose additional standards of additional buffering, additional setbacks in relationship to where the proposed development could actually be. So from that perspective, the rezone process does allow for the Board of County Commissioners to make specific impositions, but the intent to convert process is designed specifically to suggest what could be appropriate. I think there's areas of improvement within the intent to convert process if it's the will of the board to direct staff to modify or seek amendments to the golf course conversion. And at that time, if you felt that it wasn't sufficient enough, you could you could ask for additional, or you could tell us at the time that you felt that the repeal was the appropriate action. I'm not, so from staff's perspective, we're ready to take the policy direction from the Board of County Commissioners, but there are aspects of the intent to convert process that simply do not work. The requirements for the floodplain compensation and the water management, that's a rezone aspect. That's not a conceptual planning aspect. That's not necessarily needed to promote the dialogue. What you're trying to find out is if we had the golf course, we put the residential development in this location, and we had a 100-foot green space buffer, does that satisfy your concerns? And then the residents could have some give and take back with the developers. That's how we had hoped to it. What has happened is both positions have become entrenched, whereas it's simply we don't want residential development and we're not going to participate, and the developer is saying, well, if you don't want it, then there's nothing else for us to talk about. That's what we've had from Riviera. That's what we've had from Ironwood.
Gotcha.
I was at the meeting.
This isn't part, you want to correct him?
Yeah, I think everybody knows the kind of decorum and professionalism we want to have in here. So this is a commissioner talking to one of our staff members. If you want to come to the podium, you've already had that chance. So let's go ahead, sirs.
And all I'm saying is the dialogue is not exchanging between the two parties. Right. That's what I'm saying. We need to do better at trying to promote, to codify that activity, because that's the intent of what it's trying to do, to try to promote better conversations between the developer and the existing residential community, and we haven't gotten that.
I understand that now, and your, the best intentions of mice and men, and I understand the intent. I supported the original golf course conversion ordinance when it came through. My comments and quotes were read, and Dan, Dan, he's back here talking to the county clerk. He's not listening to me right now, but because it was in the Naples Daily News, it had to be true. The question that I have is back over to the county attorney, and that is your statement to me of this ordinance not working. What's the premise of that?
Ms. Bosey and I are completely on the same page. The original intent was to have a super neighborhood information meetings where the residents can get together with the golf course developer and hopefully reach some sort of accommodation. What's happened is that the residents have said, no way, no rezone, and the discussions were not profitable in any manner.
So the question is, and this is where I come back around, what's the rationale of having a golf course conversion ordinance if the property owner has to rezone the piece of property, has to ask for a rezone of the piece of property? Why would we have this even at all? I mean, and then it's up to the developer and the residents, and I'm using Riviera because I see all the shirts. It's up to the developer and the residents of the community as to whether and what they actually in fact propose.
Because the original intent was to have the community and the developer come together on an agreed redevelopment plan, rather than having food fights before the planning commission, ultimately this board. But if the residents, as a matter of human nature, are not going to have discussions with the developer, all right, then the entire underlying foundation of the golf course ordinance just collapses.
And so the rationale then becomes the developer is meeting with resistance because of an intent to communicate by this golf course conversion ordinance. He's meeting with resistance, so he automatically defaults to the Burt Harris for a taking that hasn't in fact transpired, because similar to...
That's a different issue. My own feeling is that you may have a, let's just say, a lightweight suit, all right, and they'll go for the Burt Harris hoping to extract some sort of settlement because they know the rezone is a difficult road to hoe. So the unintended result of this ordinance is that the developer has some incentive to sue the county over it because they're concerned they'll never get the rezone. as personal opinion, I could be in error on that.
Yeah, well, no, and there again, I mean, the reason.
Sir. Go ahead, sir. Sir, please. Commissioner McDaniel.
Okay, so the reason that we're here is because you and I talked about this, and you're of the opinion that this ordinance is not working and needs to be repealed.
Yes, however, if Mr. Bosey feels that it can be tinkered with and made better, I would be more than happy to work with him on that.
And I would say, when you asked the question of why the intent to convert process before the rezoning process allows for the avenue with the neighborhood information meeting, the planning commission, give and take. The whole purpose of the SOM was to say, before you get to the pressure of the planning commission, before you get to the pressure of the BCC when things are being decided, where it's now happening. This is before the rezone process. We're going to craft out 2 specific meetings to try to promote that conversation. What we have found is that conversation just hasn't been robust in nature, and it has not resulted in a lot of compromises from both of those processes.
Okay, so consequently then, if you're okay with this, I'm gonna change this from a recommendation of repeal to a recommendation of study and amendments offered up by staff.
I got a couple.
Bosey's raising his hand. Is he saying two? Is that peace or?
No, sir. I just wanted to remind you, and the speaker, one of the speakers, I believe the last Zoom speaker did remind you, you did direct the county attorney to work with me to make amendments to the, and we have started that process of identifying areas where we think that the improvements can be made to the intent to convert process. So that we are on, I think we've gotten a.
Already happened back in February, I think.
Yeah. So we have started that process of identifying, of trying to improve the intent to convert process based upon that prior direction that the board provided. I think it was a couple meetings ago.
Commissioner Saunders, and then Commissioner Cowell, then Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all of us, I know Commissioner McDaniel had brought up the idea of repealing this, but 4 of us asked this to be pulled off the consent agenda. I assume it's because none of the 4 of us want to repeal this, and now Commissioner McDaniel agrees that maybe repeal is not the proper thing. So I'd like to see us take this ordinance, come back with amendments. I think the whole idea was to make sure that golf course communities had a couple bites at the apple, if you will, in terms of what's going to happen in their neighborhood. And so this process kind of slows things down a little bit. I understand that they have to go through a rezone process, but I like the idea of communities having this advance warning, trying to work things out. And if it doesn't work in terms of working things out, that's fine. They're still going to come to us. So I would make the motion, unless Commissioner McDaniel has already done that, to have staff work on this ordinance, try to fix it, but not to repeal it.
Commissioner Cowell, and then Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, that was my note, was to make a motion not to take it as what it's written today as a total.
I'll withdraw my motion so you can make the motion.
But it's the same motion. And the reason I say that, if we went forward with the language that was here before us, I can't say what the future will bring or what will happen with golf courses in their neighboring communities. But what I do know, what will happen today, if this would pass the way it is written, it would affect 6,002 rooftops in our community today. So I would like a motion to have this reviewed by staff, make amendments or not, and bring it back in a later date for discussion.
Commissioner Hall, did you have comments? Or?
I did. I have a question for Mr. Bosey. So listening to the comments, it seems to be the theme is if this LDC goes away, it makes it an easier path for the developer. And I didn't see it that way at all. That wasn't the reason why we wanted to repeal this. The reason why we were entertaining about repealing was because the intent and the process that we wanted to initiate was not effective. If that's what I'm, so that was, I just wanted to make it clear, the entertaining of this LDC, of it going away, is in by no means trying to make it easier for the developer. there's still a rezoning process and still a process that he would have to go. I've I've read every email that I've gotten, and I can tell you that I agree with them. So I'm hearing you and I'm listening to you, but the question I have for Mr. Bosey is, if this land development code, if the intent to convert went away, does that limit our position in any way in considering other rezoning changes?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change any of the criteria, or any of the compatibility analysis, or any of the evaluations that the board would make.
Okay, does it open up any other land uses or any other easier paths of least resistance for any developers if this goes away?
I would have to say it does make it easier, because the intent to convert process is about a 9-month process to a year process. So you have to satisfy that before you can get to the rezoning. So it does, and I think Commissioner Saunders had highlighted, it does slow the process down and allows the adjoining residential community to sort of get their hands around the issues in a little bit more of a robust way.
Thanks. In that case, I'll support the motion in a second.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yeah, no, I'm good. That's.
I think we got a motion and a second to send it back to staff and come back to us with better verbiage and more analysis. And
I did have one quick question from the county attorney, and this goes back to this flurry of Bert Harris claims. Have you had specific language with Mr. Bosey with regard to amendments that would reduce that exposure?
Yeah, I believe we've had some conversations.
Okay. That's all for now.
okay, got a motion and a second. Send it back to the staff, give us some more eloquence and detail, and then obviously I'd encourage citizens to continue to stay engaged. And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. So Mom, 92 years old, how do you think your daughter did at the podium? She did all right? Not too bad, huh?
Looks just like
She did okay? Daughter did all right at the podium?
Sorry about that.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and we will come back at, let's say 4:50, and then hopefully that'll be our last break.
Chair, you have a live mic now.
Okay, get started on 11B.
Yes, 11B has a recommendation to authorize budget amendments to recognize $23,233,000 in revenues deposited in the Solid Waste Capital Fund received from the Federal Emergency Management Agency related to the Hurricane Irma debris removal expedited expense reimbursement and return budgeted funds back to the original funding sources, which include Water Sewer Operations Fund, Water Capital Fund, Solid Waste Disposal Fund, and capital projects within the Solid Waste Capital Fund. Mr. Chris Johnson, your Interim Director of Corporate Financial and Management Services, is here to answer questions. And just a reminder to the board that this is on the agenda. Number one is a good news item, but number two because of the dollar amount.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone.
Spend it wisely.
Item 11C is a recommendation to approve an operations and maintenance budget in the amount of $1,200,000 in fiscal year 2023 for the newly constructed interim Northeast County Water Reclamation Facility and potable water storage tank and pump station, authorize 12 additional full-time equivalent positions, and authorize all necessary FY23 budget amendments. Dr. George Yomez is here to start the presentation or answer questions.
So it's a new station and putting money and people into it, basically, is the summary, right? Do I have a motion to approve or any questions for Dr. Yomez?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Good job, Doctor.
That moves us to item 14, Community Redevelopment Agency. Item 14B1 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners approve a pilot test program with Ecological Laboratories of Cape Coral, Florida, to monitor and document the results of using Ecological Laboratories' product Quantum Growth Series, a soil and plant microbial inoculant with the existing landscape right-of-way within the Bayshore Gateway Triangle Community Redevelopment Area, and accept the donation of the project. Ms. Deb Forrester, your Community Redevelopment Agency Division Director, is here to answer questions or make a brief presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Deborah Forrester, CRA Director. This concept was first initiated back in May of 2022 at a joint BCC workshop with our CRA Advisory Board and our Bayshore Beautification Advisory Board. And at that time, the commissioners were supportive for us to look further into this product. So today we are here with a pilot test program with protocols that have been vetted through county staff, through the University of Florida Extension Service, and the Naples Botanical Garden has also given us feedback. So with that, I can go through the presentation, or if you have any specific questions about the product, we do have a representative here from Ecological Laboratories that can answer product-specific questions.
Commissioner Cowell.
Just two questions. This is on a donation basis, right? This is not costing the county or any taxpayers any money to do this pilot program.
That's correct, sir.
And the second is basically what we're trying to achieve is get off of the harsh fertilizers that we typically use and have something other to cut down on that.
Correct, to reduce our dependency on nitrogen-based fertilizer if appropriate.
And are,
Go ahead, sir.
you want me to hit my light?
No, I think
I mean, it makes perfect sense. Are there negative impacts from this, known negative impacts from, maybe I should ask him.
Yes.
And is he gonna, or you, it doesn't really matter. Are there no negative impacts coming?
No, sir, no negative impacts. Aaron Sane, I run the Agriculture, Horticulture, and Turf Division for Ecological Laboratories. We're a bacterial manufacturer located in Cape Coral.
Okay.
Does it stink?
It has a strong odor.
It has a strong odor.
Yeah, hydrogen sulfide.
So.
Make motion to approve.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 14B2 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, acting as the Community Redevelopment Agency, direct staff to give at least 30 days public notice of its intent to sell, lease, or otherwise transfer appropriately 1.84 acres of CRA-owned property at the corner of Thomason Drive and Bayshore Drive in the Bayshore Gateway Triangle Community Redevelopment Area, and invite proposals from and make all pertinent information available to private redevelopers or any persons interested in undertaking to redevelop or rehabilitate this parcel. Again, Ms. Deborah Forrester, Community Redevelopment Agency Division Director, is here to make a brief presentation or answer your questions.
That's formerly Dell's, obviously, right, for the record?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's formerly known as Dell's Corner.
Right. Okay. Any questions? Commissioner McDaniel?
Are we deviating from our normal process when we get an unsolicited offer for government properties here?
I know we're following the same process that you approved basically with Catholic Charities. I do have representatives here from Naples Cinematique to give you a brief overview if you would like to hear from them before we would go forward with the 30-day notice provision.
I think we need to do that. I'll make a motion for approval.
Second?
Okay, good. Excuse me, a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Item 15, Staff and Commission General Communications. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during the previous public comments in this meeting.
We have no such registered speakers.
Excellent. Item 15B1, this is staff project updates. We do have an update on rock crushing. Ms. Jamie Cook, your Development Review Division Director, maybe I got it right this time, is here to present.
You did. Thank you. Jamie Cook, Development Review Director at Growth Management Community Development. Since the last board meeting, you'll have noticed in the weekly report that I had provided to you, they'd only crushed about 3,500 cubic yards. So staff is estimating that we're actually about halfway there with the crushing. They do have new equipment installed. A new densifier was installed last week. And so they now have 3 machines actually preparing the material for the crushing portion of the activities. They've been separating out the construction debris, the concrete, the rebar, the other metal and materials that cannot be crushed. So last week, they separated what they estimated to be about 5,600 cubic yards of material that can be crushed this week. So hopefully we are going to see that number go up this week. And they have moved further into the site, so they are actually now closer to the Boys and Girls Club than they are to Santa Barbara and Davis at the corner. But again, we're about halfway there. So at the next board meeting will be the last board meeting before that May 1st deadline, that we would need your approval to either let them continue to crush past May 1st or an alternative method of removal.
I mean, I said this before, and I think we're at that point, but I'll see what my colleagues think as far as, you know, if there's an appetite for it. But I just think it's time to burn the candle at both ends. And I realize that, you know, 6 months ago there was, you know, maybe no appetite for the, you know, let's remove rock that's uncrushed as quickly as we're crushing it. And, you know, at the time it was, oh, too many trucks and traffic and dust. But I've been out to the site, and there's some very large pieces that are going to be crushed very, very slowly when they get to those. And the proposal I had made is, and it's not optimum. A year ago, we wouldn't have said this, but we're sitting here a couple weeks away from 1 May, and we knew this was coming. So, and I think Commissioner Caldwell sort of echoed this as well. You know, I mean, I think the citizens in that area would put up with a fleet of trucks for however long to be removing larger pieces that would take a long time to crush while they're crushing the things that are easier to crush. I mean, even the contractor said, well, we got some pieces that are loaded with rebar and all kinds of other things. You can't crush those as quickly as some of the other pieces. So, I mean, I don't want to oversimplify this thing, but I just sit here and say I'd like to just see more activity there. I mean, hearing that they're halfway through, and we were sitting here a year ago, and, you know, and now they're only half. I just think the time has come to set aside inconvenience and accelerate speed. And, you know, my proposal would be, I mean, I'm just talking out loud, especially since this is in my district. I would love for our staff to have that conversation with the contractor, if I had the support of the commissioners here, to tell us how that could be done. And I realize it's not optimum. If the landowner was here, they'd hem and haw and say, oh, we've got an extra piece of equipment where, you know, if you give us another few months. I mean, I just think we're at the point now where, you know, realistically hauling out the big pieces and either bringing it to the dump, or if it can be utilized in an artificial reef, or somebody wanted to take it, or what have you. But to crush every remaining piece of rock that's on there, we're going to be sitting here in September, October, and counting up the last little bits. And I just think we've passed that point of no return. So the bite out of the apple I would take is it feasible for the staff to talk with the contractor, if we had support here from the commissioners, to say, you know, our direction is we'd like to know a plan to remove uncrushed rock as quickly as you're simultaneously crushing the easy stuff. Their own word was some of it's easier to crush than other pieces, so remove the parts that are hard and you know, difficult to crush, and crush the things that are easy, and then you're increasing your you know, your productivity by a factor of 2. So that's just me talking out loud. I don't know if I've got comments from my colleagues here. But I'm not pleased with, you know, 2,000 cubic yards every single week, and then something breaks. That's the other thing we have to also allow for. You know, I mean, you can come back here in 2 weeks and it's like, oh, 2 things broke again, and you know, we have to fly in parts from Switzerland. And you know, we said 1 May. We knew that was always going to be a little bit, you know, probably wasn't going to be precise. But I think here, and we're only halfway, I'd like to just see some of that material, you know, removed. And if they need to do something else magical to increase the elevation of that lot, I just like to know what the options are. So maybe I'm not being as directive. I guess I'd like to know is a strategy plan that would implement that as a possible option.
So staff did look into the cost of if they were to stop at this point and not do any additional crushing and remove everything and haul it to the landfill.
Well, but that's not what I'm saying.
I believe the cost would come out somewhere between like 8 and 13 million.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I wouldn't want them to stop anything. What I'm saying is, even if removing the whatever, you know, 20% of the largest pieces, if that scraped off a month of crushing, because I mean, by their own admission, there's some pieces that the reason the numbers are low is there's some pieces that are very difficult to crush. So why wouldn't we remove those? But I don't think anybody up here is going to approve stoppage. So if we do nothing right now on 1 May, you know what the vote's going to be. Keep going. We already stopped them once, but you know, my suggestion is, why don't we remove the more difficult pieces while they continue crushing? If that was happening, I'd feel better about extending the time frame. Number one, you'd have to. I mean, it's not going to be a solution to crush it and leave it out there as an eyesore. So we got to keep going. But at least we would know they were burning the candle at both ends.
And staff is happy to sit down with the contractor and figure out a game plan moving forward.
And it wouldn't be removing all the material, so it wouldn't be $8 million. It would be keep crushing with the stuff you have. But what algorithm could you use, and how much do you think that would shave off of the time? So what do my colleagues think? Anybody pushing a button here?
I kind of agree. We need a contingency plan, and every time you have an operation, at some point you have to have a contingency plan to get to an end result. So, and you know, like we said in the past, they set that date, we didn't, and I don't know. I think history is correct. We didn't really stop them. They let their permit expired, and I think that put a stop prior to me being here. But they had the opportunity to come back, and that's when they set their May 1st date. So yeah, I wouldn't have a problem if staff wants to sit down and have a contingency plan, you know, with an operation of a dual operation of crushing and removal of things they feel they're going to be, you know, harder to do. They may even break down their equipment because of the extra building material that may be in there, hidden in there, that they're not finding with the densifiers. So yes.
I mean, business as usual isn't the answer. I mean, so I guess even keeping it wide open, bring us back a contingency plan for something else, not just keep at it and try hard and, you know, bring 2 more workers out there. I think they made it very clear they feel they have the maximum amount of equipment out there that their company can bring out there. So if that's not true, then the contingency plan should be, hey, they just found 5 crushers in South Dakota. They're bringing them here, and they're going to be done in June. Okay, great. But I actually think that's probably the best verbiage is I would love to hear a contingency plan for something that's going to accelerate finality on that lot, and really cost, that's their problem. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, I agree with you again. It's
Barry, got that?
Terry wrote that down. I'd like to, you know, as you said, the May 1st date was a date that they picked, but I'd like to see have our staff come back to us having met with the contractor to offer us alternatives. And I think we still have time in our next meeting to actually have that discussion.
What I would offer too is, to Commissioner McDaniel's point, we have time in the next meeting, but between the next meeting and from today and the next meeting, I would at least like you to have dialogue with me, since it's in my district, so that I could sort of vet out and make sure that I know when we come back at the next meeting, I'm not hearing it for the first time, because if I don't like what I hear, and I think I know my colleagues well enough to go, oh, that's not going to float. They didn't sharpen their pencil enough. We have a window then, so that at our next meeting we at least have something that, and any of the commissioners could task you, obviously, Ms. Cook, and say, come to my office. But I'd like you to meet with them sooner than later, and I don't want to hear the surprise answer 2 weeks from now. And even if it's just an email back and forth, we met with the contractor, they're bringing out one more piece of equipment. But they also here's the contingency plan for removal or something magical that we haven't thought of. I would just like that sometime, even to all of us, between now and the next meeting. So the next meeting's really fruitful, and that, we're not, like I said, hearing it for the first time. Does that sound? Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
I will call
Okay.
the contractor when I leave here and get something scheduled.
Okay. I mean, we always knew May 1st was loose, but I don't think anybody sat up here thinking, well, we know it's not May 1st. It could be November 1st. Maybe that's what they thought, but none of us are thinking that. And it's got to be, much tighter. We're not going to roll into season again, now that we're sort of rolling into off season, and we're still got activity out there. So it's got to knock it out. So, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
What's next, Ms. Patterson?
We're
Yeah.
to staff communications at this point.
Okay.
So we'll start here. We did speak with each one of you about public utilities and the unusual circumstance we find ourselves in with the increases in all of their commodities, electricity, chemicals. So we wanted to advise you both individually and collectively that we're working with our rate consultant for options on how to address that. There is an already approved and scheduled increase for 10-1 of 4.7%. It includes a mix of CPI as well as a rate adjustment. Some ideas that have been brought forward by our rate consultant would be to accelerate that to an earlier date, as well as evaluate any additional CPI that needs to be included. We are in a rate study, so I want to provide assurance that we're moving that rate study along, and any interim adjustments that are made in the meantime would be considered when we go and present those rates. So it's not a layering. It would just simply be a timing issue. So with your concurrence, we will be working to bring back some options for the board to consider. There are notice provisions that have to be met by way of the utility bills, so that's another consideration for timing. I don't know if you had anything else to add, Dan.
I think we covered it all during our.
Okay. Other than that, we have nothing else. County Attorney?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hall?
I just want to thank you, thank everybody, thank all the colleagues for the discussion earlier. I appreciated it. Never going to hurt my feelings ever. Always speak your mind.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, I have a couple of things. I'll go. I want to have a little discussion and ask our county attorney about. It was brought up with regard to the Bert Harris claims that have been coming at us about our policy. How we manage these claims, and it was suggested by one of the council that spoke to us earlier that maybe we engage with an outside counsel to help represent us when these claims come forward.
And we have outside counsel to do that.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How did we get to your office negotiating offer to settle a Bert Harris claim 2 weeks ago.
As the statute requires it. The statute, what happens is you get a notice of claim. As part of that, you're supposed to sit down with them, eventually make an offer. That'll be the board that makes the offer, not me. Staff and I will have a recommendation for you, but ultimately it's the board, and that could be they can pound sand. I mean, it's whatever the board wants to do, but we're simply following the statutory mechanism. The one little thing I added was to get a mediator in there because it greatly enhances the chance of actually getting something done. And we have invited the community to attend the mediation as well, and hopefully something can get done.
Okay, well, I guess maybe I'm looking for a little more clarity as far as your office being involved sooner. And again, that Naples Links project is disturbing to me because it seemed like there was a lot of communication from our zoning and planning staff to the developer or to the property owner who made the claim for quite some time before it actually got to the board and to our senior staff.
Well, I worked with staff on that, so, you know, that offer was a collaboration between my office and Mr. Bosey's office. And we brought it to the board, and the board took action.
Okay.
Again, that's just the process, sir.
Okay. Would it behoove us to maybe clarify the process so that the board's involved sooner than a negotiated settlement?
I can't call a shade session on that because there's no suit that's been filed, right? But if you'd like, I can bring it up the claims. I mean, I do give the board a quarterly report of all the outstanding claims, and I'm happy to talk about them publicly.
Yeah, I think maybe we should do that. I don't know. I mean, how do my colleagues feel about this? I say I don't know. I other than the report that comes out on a quarterly basis.
I would prefer to talk offline on this rather than publicly.
Okay.
That's what I was going to suggest. It's best to do it one-on-one.
Okay. All right. The other item that I'd like to talk, I have two other items that I'd like to talk about. One of which is I've been asked, Trinity Scott sent me a draft of a letter of support. We all know about the governor's legislation with regard to moving Florida forward. There was a large sum of money that was coming out of this legislative session, and that it's being, for the lack of a better term, it's being whacked. It's being hit really, really hard. I would like for, in Collier County, the improvements to our infrastructure are gone. And so I would like for our board to send a letter of support for the Moving Florida Forward initiative as it was originally proposed. And so, Ms. Scott, I think Christina has left me for the day. Would you send that draft letter of support to my colleagues? I'd be happy to sign that letter, but I think it might carry a little more weight if our chair signed that. And I'd like you gentlemen to review that in advance. And can we get that done outside of a normal meet? Because it needs to happen fairly quickly.
We can just authorize you to sign a letter or distribute it, and we don't have to have another meeting on it.
Okay. So if you would, Trinity, send that to, okay, I'm getting a thumbs up, so we'll do that, and if it meets with your approval, we can reply back to Trinity, and if it meets with everyone's approval, then the chairman can sign it. So, and then last but not least, and I forgot, didn't forget, we ran out of time yesterday, Amy. There's a discussion with the city on the interlocals.
Yes.
Do you have a quick update on that?
Sure. Actually, I'm going to look at Mr. Rodriguez for that.
Good late afternoon. Commissioners, in speaking, or actually emailing with the city manager, Jay, with the city of Naples, they plan to come back to the county with a recommendation in early May. They're using April to kind of put their recommendation together and get it to their council people. So we should see something here early May.
Okay. That's all I have.
Commissioner Cole.
I just want to say that we had another very entailing meeting, and I think we all tested our constitutional values up here today, and I think we did a great job once again.
Commissioner Saunders?
Thank you. I do have one project that I want to update the board on real quickly, and then ask staff for some further direction. In the 1 cent sales tax, there was $15 million allocated for a vocational education facility. This was a facility that the county would build, and the school district would operate. And I know there's been ongoing conversations between the county staff and the school board staff, but I wanted the board the board may not be aware of this. I had a friend, actually, who donated a building on Golden Gate Parkway, and you're probably familiar with it. It's a white building, it's empty. If you drop down Golden Gate Parkway as you approach 951 on the south side of Golden Gate Parkway, there's a white building there, two-story building.
Yeah, this is the one in front of the golf course.
The old Jimmy Mags or whatever it was? Or?
Yeah, it was purchased, it was, the exterior was reconstructed. It has dirt floors, so the owner never was able to really make any economic use of it, and needed some tax deductions, and quite frankly asked me if the county would be interested in accepting it, and of course the answer was yes, and we did. What makes that piece of property and that building valuable is that there is a court-ordered right for the owner of that building to use 200 parking spaces in that parking lot. So the building has not only the building and the plot of land that it's on, but the right to use 200 parking spaces. So school board has evaluated that property and determined that this would work well for this vocational education facility. The good news is we have $15 million in the budget for that. This remodel of the building will cost about $5 million. There may be some charge back to this 1 cent sales tax to the value of the land, but I just wanted to see if staff could, I know you're talking to the school board, maybe at our next meeting or a meeting in May, there's no hurry. Give you a few extra weeks, a meeting in May, to just kind of let us know how that project, what we can do to move that along. I know that the school folks, I think, are excited about this vocational facility, and I think it's a great location for it. Tremendous working community there, and this should provide some real benefit. So,
We
I just wanted the board to know that we had that piece of property, that opportunity there.
We'd been working well on this issue with the school board and staff, and then with the change of superintendent, had to make sure, and the change of the school board, we had to make sure that everybody was still heading in the same direction, which it appears that we are. The intent is to have this to the surtax committee in June, so coming back to you all with an update in May will be timely, and we'll have some information to share. But it is it's exciting for it to be located there. They're just down the road in lease space, so we're working through that, and it does give the opportunity for potentially some growth on that site, as we have a government site there. So they're not, the size of that building works well for them, and also just thinking about what the future might hold as it fits into that as well. So we'll come back with an update.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you'll remember a couple meetings ago, the properties, Conservation Collier Properties, remember list 10A, list 11, list 11A, what's the appraisal, where are they, what did we buy, we're sitting on our hands, we've done nothing. I tasked the staff to come up with basically a multi-page, one-page sort of snapshot for us, and I've got the draft here, you'll get the final one, but this is gonna be very valuable to just have in your hip pocket. And what it shows is list 10, list 11A, list 11B, all the properties by name, where they are, the acreage size, and we made a couple of changes. The new one you'll see will have the appraised value, what we offered. So you could say appraised for 86,000, offered 86,000, no extenuating circumstances. You might see a couple appraised for 1.2 million, offered 800,000, took it because it was one of those extenuating circumstances. And then the last column says, appraisal pending, conversation with owner, closed, bought. And so it'll be something that we have, so we won't sort of catch those rocks anymore from folks. Or if you get a question about a particular lot, you'll have the document. So it needed a little bit of tweaking, and the staff's working on it, but it'll be something that come to all of us, and it'll be a living, breathing document, and we'll basically pick them off. Cycle 10 has got most of the things already picked off. And then the other ones, we're getting deeper into it, but it'll be a good, we talked about, how can we have a one-page snapshot? For Mr. Rodriguez, just let's remember the two gentlemen that came to the podium talking about the marina parking. I saw those pictures, and I think maybe, you might have as well. I mean, we have to figure out a better place for those contractors to park. That's not their own personal parking lot. They do get there at ODark 30, and then our customers get there and there's no place to park. And secondary to that, and it's more in my district, but really, everything in the county is all of our, responsibility. The marina concessionaires. I mean, if you all recall, we had some conversations, and it's been a while ago. It might even predate the Commissioner Colwell and Commissioner Hall, but we have some marina concessionaire contracts that were very lopsided. They weren't good business deals, and not that they have to be cash cows for the county or cash cows for the concessionaire, but it should be something more fair in the middle. And we had some that were big cash cows for the concessionaire. And what we said was, as those contracts come up for renewal, we'll be renegotiating. And if that concessionaire didn't, want to renegotiate, then we would put it out for bid and get plenty of others. We have a couple of concessionaires that look like we won't retain the current concessionaire. And what I've said and it's in my district, we're talking Goodland, Port of the Islands, and we're really talking Caxambas, but we're not, because the Caxambas Marine Store is totally destroyed, so it's empty, and Caxambas is only partially open, but it'll eventually be Caxambas. So it's more on my side, but just in case you hear anything, my conversations with the staff is similar to the fire departments. No loss in service. So if we lose a concessionaire and we don't get a new one, the staff has a plan to utilize county staff to at least continue selling gas, water, necessities. We might not be selling every single thing in the marine store, but also to minimize the gap between the old concessionaire if they choose to not renegotiate the contract and the new one. So between the parking and the concessionaire, I just wanted to sort of put on the record. I mean, Mr. Rodriguez, anything that I misspoke, or you guys have it?
We do, and you're absolutely correct. And as a matter of fact, we do have some good news. We have 2 respondents for our concessionaire that staff's going to look at here over the next week and evaluate them and see if we can come up to an agreement on managing those different.
Yeah, let's just not really drag our feet on, and I know we're not, but I have citizens in those areas that the concessionaire that's exiting is of course, seems like, she's exiting, telling everyone, well, on 1 May, you won't, all the stores will be closed and empty and gas will be shut down, and, you guys are getting screwed because the county isn't negotiating with me, and that's just not true. So I appreciate all the hard work by our Parks and Recreation team and yourself as well.
They actually have a transition plan.
Okay.
And so we'll be providing the fuel, as you stated, water and whatnot, so the services will continue.
Okay. And then you might remember we voted in here a few meetings ago on the Tiger Tail project, it's Hideaway Beach Tiger Tail. We voted to augment the millions that Hideaway Beach is spending to take some money out of the TDC funds. It was about $900,000. Mr. Rodriguez, myself, and a few other people from the county staff actually went out to the site for several hours and maybe contrary to some folks that maybe were against it no matter what. But if you went out there and really knew very little to nothing about restoration, hurricane damage, water becoming more shallow and less flow, and what they call the tiger tail mud puddle, you literally could know very little, and quickly, just visually, you would see that the money is well spent. I mean, we were both flabbergasted at the improvement out there, and it won't please everyone. I mean, we've gotten some notes, what about this one bird, and somebody saw a manatee, but something needed to be done out there. It was way long overdue, and we were out there with Marco city manager as well, Mr. McNeese, and a couple people from his staff, even though this is really more of county's involvement and the state and Hideaway. But I think, we were both very impressed. So I thought I would just tell you it was money well spent. They're not done. So there's stuff on social media. Oh, place looks horrible. The turtles aren't going to be able to get up on the beach and they're about to finish. They're not. The project goes through May. So there's still much to be done. But you would have been impressed as we were. And then lastly, I'll just say it was another very busy meeting. And sometimes these two people, go unnoticed, but Ms. Lewis and Mr. Miller, keeping everybody, I don't know, hydrochloric something. I don't know if you've got a shortcut key for that. It was said about 10,000 times, right? So probably misspelled in the final minutes, but they'll know what it is, or you'll have to correct it, right? But I just wanted to say on behalf of all of us, people are talking fast, 50-something, speakers, and thank you so much for, your patience and how hard that you work over there, sort of behind the scenes, keeping things, flowing. So thank you. Right.
What are we doing with regard to the parking infraction there at Bayshore?
The Bayview?
Bayview, yeah.
Yes.
I got an update from Tanya and Sheena Lima. They're reaching out to the contractor who's doing some hurricane recovery work, and they're going to more than likely park somewhere else down the road, and then they'll shuttle people in so they don't take up the residents' parking spaces.
And they're close to being, are they close to being done? I mean, the hurricane recovery guys, what's the timeline? Do we know?
It's a water project.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Tanya Williams, Interim Public Services Department Head. I just got a last-minute communication. The contractor that was in question, it's neither a county contractor nor a state contractor. This is a private contractor. We've just found this out. So we'll need to circle back around to this issue starting tomorrow. We'll also have Alima reach out to the owner of the contracting firm, and we'll work through this and get some possible solutions for the parking issues.
We were at one time working with the Botanical Gardens on extending parking up along Thomas and Bayview, that down through there. How's that coming along?
The Thomason project and down through Danford. Danford is currently still in design, if I'm not mistaken.
But the Thomason project is largely complete, and in fact, we were looking at over the weekend, looking at where people are still parking a little bit outside of where we've created additional parking. So parking continues to be talking about what our options are going forward down in that area to continue to try to provide that service to the residents and getting them adequate beach or boat parking.
So that's not an employee parking lot for people that are working on the water, even though I know they need parking. So we want to help them, not just tell them, go away. And if you remember too, the other thing that one of the citizens here said is, and we need to look into it, the boats that are sort of coming in and out with no permits, the big giant pontoon boat at Bayview. But then he also was alluding to, like, we have places like Goodland and maybe in Port of the Islands that, and I mean, we both spend a lot of time out there, and I think the problem was maybe a little overstated, but I don't think it's zero. But I also took exception to, we're not doing anything. Well, so I mean, if we have rangers out there that are just letting everybody drive by, which was the accusation, nobody accepts that, which I don't think that's the case, but it could be something sort of in the middle. But the biggest travesty would be the park's filled up with a bunch of people with no permits, and then the people who are paid and are doing it right and get their 10 minutes. So it's not first come, first served. It's first come, first served by authorized folks. So if you guys would take that and give us an update, even if it's just through email. Hey, we fixed it. We didn't fix it. The problem wasn't as bad. The problem was bad. I mean, I know me personally, I'd like to know the solution. So when citizens ask me, hey, I know you heard about this problem. I don't want to just say we're aware and yes, we're handling it. I want to be able to say what the solution was. But other than that,
Is it possible that we can use Dell's Corner as a temporary parking area for the contractors, and then they can provide some sort of shuttle for their workers down to the docks to be picked up? Because either they're going to park on our county property in the parks, or we can provide a property. Because if we go stick them in a private business parking lot or something, or tell them to use Gulfgate Plaza, then we're kind of taking away spots from private business. So if that could be an option, we can get with these contractors, say, hey, we have county property on the corner. You can temporarily use that, but you have to provide a shuttle to and from for your workers. And that way it'll free up our actual county parking for our vendors and our people that have permits to use those parks.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great idea. And, I'll get with Alima and we'll work with the contractor.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Okay, great.